acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
The Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
And they get the feeling you've been cheated.
It is still Tuesday. Oh, I forgot to do... Oh, whatever. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is Tuesday. Still, November 5th, 2024. This is the 5-time award-winning Majority Report. We are broadcasting really live. Steps from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in the heartland of America. Tonight on the program, ladies and gentlemen, the other fake Melania. No. Really getting into that.
Emma's idea?
That was not my idea. What's up, guys?
Emma did not want to do that.
I still don't get what the joke is.
Apparently,
It was for Sam.
yeah. Apparently, a rumored fake Melania voted on her behalf in Florida. I don't know if it's true, but who gives a shit?
We're having fun.
We're having fun. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Matt Leck. Bradley Alsop. We've got some other guests for you tonight. Some who you're going to be super psyched. Some that might be, frankly, a little controversial. I will just say, Tim Pool will not be here tonight. He is plunging his toilet. Again, apologies all around. If you haven't seen that story,
Now
you can
have.
Google it later. So just to let you know what we anticipate tonight. It's going to be a total shit show. And think of this as a watch party. It's going to start off as a show and then just degrade as the evening goes on. But hopefully we'll end on a positive note. We're going to have in the background one of the major networks, playing in the background, not with audio. Sometimes we'll dip in, sometimes we'll dip out. We will give you updates as to what's going on. All right, folks, good night. This could go in a lot of wrong ways.
Come on, Georgia, don't mess up the whole night.
Emma, let's start. Why don't you tell us what we can anticipate? Where are we right now in terms of the polls, closing and whatnot?
So anybody that's been watching the show, I think, knows that I'm a little bit skeptical about the claims that this is the closest race in the history of the country.
I think everybody thought you were going to say completely addicted to predicting markets.
Well, that's part of it. This definitely activates that part of my brain. But I do think that these major national pollsters are really hedging their bets. Like, we've observed this dynamic many times with Republicans and the way that they kind of bully the media, who they may have more liberal inclinations, right? So they get self-conscious about that very fact. So they'll both sides things when they don't need to both sides things. And I think right now, after all of the claims of fraud, the baseless garbage from Trump, these pollsters are afraid to come out and maybe make some of these proclamations. They're baking in a core Republican support, shy Trump vote that I just don't think exists anymore. I think we're looking at more of a shy Harris vote. Independent or Republican women that are afraid to maybe tell their husbands, that's why that ad hit so close to home, that they're going to the polls and voting for Harris. And some of these pollsters aren't picking up on it. So I've predicted a 7-state, swing state sweep for Harris. Holy shit, I hope I'm right. And let's have some fun.
All right. So what I meant to ask is when the actual polls close.
Sure. So in 2 minutes, North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia will close. We already have a lot of states. At 7 p.m., Georgia closed, so we're seeing some of those results come up right there. Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. Virginia, when Biden was still in the race, Virginia, which is a solid blue state, or should be in the year 2024, was actually in play. Thankfully, that motherfucker dropped out of the race, and Kamala Harris is going to win that one handily. So Georgia's the one that we have to worry about at this moment.
And Bradley, if you could admit me into the thing. Apparently, Donald Trump has already won Kentucky.
Okay.
We report, you decide.
I think that's taken.
Kamala Harris has won Vermont. And I think Trump is about to, he's also the projected winner of Indiana. My people are, yes. I mean, no surprise. The big thing, I think, the big shocker, of course, will be Iowa, if that actually happens,
Yep.
and we'll find out. In the meantime, we're watching some congressional races to get a sense of where things might be going relative to 2020 and 2022. But, we're in a tough situation. 2020 was an odd year because, as some of you may know, there was
The George Floyd effect?
The George Floyd effect. And also the once-in-a-lifetime pandemic.
Oh, that thing, yeah.
2022 is an off-year election. Democrats came out in big numbers. We will see. But we're going to be watching, some of the, we had Dave Weigel on yesterday, and he gave us some heads up on congressional districts. We're going to be talking about, which ones to be watching through the night, and we're going to bring it up. We have a rotating cast of folks who are going to be coming up. I'll give you a little hint as to who you might be expecting on this stage. Matt Binder, affectionately known as Old Matt. Francesca Fiorentini will be joining us. We're going to hear from Digby, and like I say, some surprise guests, some of whom, again, you guys are going to be super psyched. One or two, maybe a little controversial. We'll hold off on that for the time being. Also, you will notice right in front of us there is we forgot to set that thing up too. We'll do that. This will maybe keep track of the Electoral College. As of now, it's not. But this whiteboard in front here, and if you can't see it, feel free, take your time. One point over the course of the evening, a lot of people, if you want to get up and stretch at any point, do not hesitate. It's going to be a long night, maybe 2 weeks. We will have to leave closer to midnight, but don't hesitate to get up, stretch your legs, head out in the front. If you have to go to the bathroom, feel free. But this right here has an email address. Now, it's a secret email address, so I'm not going to say it out there because we are broadcasting live to the rest of the country, care of
Sunset Lake.
Sebede.com.
Favorite sponsor.
They are one of our sponsors tonight. I will mention that in a moment. But as I explain this, there's an email address right there. And what you can do, because we want to take calls, but from you folks. So, yes, thank you. That was the appropriate response. So, if you're over in this section, you are the C section. Doesn't mean anything.
Communism.
If you're over in this section, you're the A section. Antifa?
Yeah.
And if you're in the B section, here in the middle,
Bernie
you're just
Bros.
in the B section.
Bernie Bros.
But what you do is you email us, say your name, your first name, and what color your shirt is, and then we will call you, pick you out of the queue to ask a question. We'll do this over the course of the night. Feel free to email in there. There is a free Wi-Fi entitled something free, I don't know, Wi-Fi.
Okay.
But let me just tell you a little bit about who's sponsoring us tonight. You're going to hear about them multiple times. Sponsoring the live coverage, the live video feed of tonight's show, Sunset Lake Sebede.com. I don't know if folks understand why we say Sebede. It's because some of our publishers have an issue with saying a series of letters in the alphabet in the way that they're meant to be. And so I say Sebede, and they're...
And sometimes a little tercé.
Exactly. But Sunset Lake, use the coupon code Left is Best. You will get 20% off. For every order placed tonight with the Left is Best code, Sunset Lake is going to donate $5 to UNRWA. That's the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine. That is tonight. All of your purchases will contribute to a donation. The donations will be split between Gaza and Lebanon's emergency appeal funds. And I should say, separately, we're going to be donating also to some Gaza relief funds. And at one point, we're going to put up the bakery from the family that we had introduced you to. We've been making food for other Gazans. But we'll do that a little bit later. But here's how it works. If you visit sunsetlakesebede.com tonight, place an order with Left is Best code. You'll save 20% on your entire order. Sunset Lake will donate $5 from each sale to UNRWA. Doesn't matter what you get, sleep gummies, fudge, tinctures, smokables, whatever it is, even one of their stylish hats. $5 from every order will go to families in need. I got to get up early tomorrow morning. The way I go to sleep now is either the tincture, the Goodnight oil, or the Goodnight gummies, which are new without melatonin. You can get ones with melatonin. It's been a really great product. I forgot to put my salve on. I have eczema. We don't need to talk about it. Sunset Lake Sebede is a majority employee-owned hemp farm. Pays a minimum wage of $20 an hour. They carry a full lineup of products that help you sleep, relax, and better manage pain. Again, tonight only, head over to sunsetlakesebede.com. Use the code Left is Best, all one word. Save 20% off and raise money for Palestinian and Lebanese families in need. And also, sponsoring the show tonight, and you can get their coffee here at the Bell House.
Right.
When you order it, you will be getting the Majority Report blend. Just Coffee has supported this program since day one. In fact, even when this program was not even a fetus, back when we were Break Room Live with Mark Maron, this coffee company justcoffee.coop supported us. They're a co-op in Madison. You hear about businesses having values. Most of those values suck. For justcoffee.coop, you are supporting a company that is a co-op. It supports democracy in the workplace. It also supports its growers in a way that no other coffee roaster does. If their farms are in trouble, they help them out. Just Coffee is a B Corp, and the ingredients, just one ingredient, that is organic coffee. They have single origin. They have something like the majority report blend. And you can check out their coffee tracker. Customers can plug in the 5-digit code on the bottom of the bag. This one is 42125. And you can see exactly who and where their coffee was grown, how much it was purchased for. Check them out. Great company. I've said this before a bunch of times, but I just remember when these guys came out, gave free coffee to marchers in Madison, Wisconsin. I'll never forget. It was freezing cold, and they're just handing out coffee to people who are marching against Scott Walker. Just a great B Corp. Check them out. All right, so I guess an update with what we got.
Yeah.
Should we tune in and see what we got from Kornacki right now, or?
Let's do so.
Let's do that.
There's not a ton of results right now. As we mentioned, Kamala's won Vermont as expected. Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia have all been called for Trump. Jim Justice is also going to, unsurprisingly, end up being the senator that replaces Joe Manchin. So that's part of why the Democrats' chances in this cycle for the Senate are a little bit more difficult. But as you all know, pay attention to Montana, pay attention to Dan Osborne in Nebraska, an actual independent, not a corporate hack like Joe Manchin. So that's the kind of stuff that we're paying attention to right now.
As of now, with Manchin losing, or I should say Jim Justice winning, Manchin exiting, the Senate is effectively
Republican.
Republican.
Yeah.
Possible pickups, like Emma says, in Nebraska, all red in Texas, Florida, you can say her name. Doesn't look so great right now. Don't know that there's really any other potential pickups, but we got to watch Sherrod Brown.
Yep.
Where is the most likely after tester to maybe get knocked off? There's some questions in Pennsylvania, but I think that's unlikely. Is there anywhere else I think that people really have to be concerned about?
Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin is considered vulnerable, but I think she'll pull it off. I mean, you just mentioned Scott Walker. Like, the state of Wisconsin has been able to have a massive turnaround, I think, especially as their state Supreme Court is more democratic now. So I think Tammy Baldwin will be fine. And I'm not worried about Sherrod Brown. It's like Sherrod Brown is Teflon. He just seems to be okay and survives every election cycle, no matter how favorable to Republicans. And a reminder, the conditions in this race are not favorable to Republicans. That's what's been driving, and what was driving our coverage about trying to force Biden to drop out. It was any generic Democrat polled around 4 points ahead of Donald Trump. And you know what PBS Marist released yesterday? Kamala Harris 4 points ahead of Donald Trump. So it's still on track. We're just waiting for the results to roll in.
All right, let's see what's happening. Kornacki seems to be having some type of meltdown, but maybe it's just an audio thing.
Yeah, he's just doing homework right now.
What's that? Can we put the audio up, or?
It's up.
Oh, there we go. So they're just playing music and watching Kornacki freak out?
This is for all the thirsty MSNBC moms who want to see Kornacki in his element. I'm not one of them, but apparently there are a lot of them out there. So.
I want to see Steve Kornacki with bad posture.
This cannot be the actual broadcast on MSNBC, is it?
Oh, this might just be the Kornacki cam.
Yes.
That's the Kornacki cam. Can we get the broadcast?
I hear a lot of ladies cheering on the Kornacki cam.
Are there really fucking people watching this? I mean, except for this entire room
Yeah.
that we have basically held prison to watch it?
You don't
Can we get
understand,
the
Sam.
MSNBC stream? All right,
We're gonna go to different.
all right, let's go to CNN and see if we can see, I don't know, somebody else's cam on CNN. Get the Van Jones cam. And he's sitting there.
Please, God, no.
They're not programming yet. I don't know why they're just showing the results.
All right, you want to go through, because this is garbage, whatever.
What
this
is going on here with our... That's right. I guess that's what it. Oh,
early votes at once, that the city of Milwaukee had to restart the processing or counting of those absentee ballots. They say an observer saw that while the ballot tabulators were sealed, the door wasn't properly closed on them. And after going through with the bipartisan team and making sure that nothing was tampered with, the city, out of an abundance of caution, decided to restart counting all of those absentee ballots. What this means is that as we expect results from this battleground state of Wisconsin, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. The clerk said in the past that they weren't expecting results from this city to come until after midnight Central Time. We now believe that timeline has shifted 2 to 3 hours later into the night. There's more than 100,000 ballots that those clerks are going to have to work through. So the vote is still ongoing right now, but be prepared to wait as those results come in later tonight, guys.
So
All right,
obviously,
Chuck Brewster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee until the wee hours of the night. Want to go
We're
back?
going to see some of these shenanigans, particularly in urban areas in these swing states. Milwaukee County is the most populous county in the state in Wisconsin. 27% Black, 17% Latino. Has an Asian American population. If the Democrats want to win the state of Wisconsin, they have to drive numbers in Milwaukee. And what do you know? Some independent observer has decided that it's time to recount the ballots because there may be some issue. This is what we're going to see with Trump. And who knows? Who knows if this was someone acting in earnest? We'll see. But this is the kind of thing that why Sam says, like, this could take 2 weeks. That's the reason.
One of the things that, is dangerous a little bit about this is, if you'll recall, in 2000, some of you may be too young to recall this on some level, but in 2000, when the Supreme Court intervened in the Bush v. Gore race, one of the reason why the Supreme Court told Florida to stop counting ballots was that it would prejudice prejudiced view that George W. Bush had won Florida. So the foregone conclusion that Bush won Florida, which incidentally it was called by his cousin who worked at Fox News at the time. Was it his brother-in-law? I always say cousin. Are you sure it was his brother-in-law? Okay.
But we know what
Nevertheless,
was Jeb Bush was.
Well, Jeb Bush was his brother.
Yeah.
And he was co-chair, but it was a guy named Ellis. Still content it was his cousin, but there's some dispute about that. Nevertheless, the idea that there's a presumptive winner is absurd, because there's no such thing as a presumptive winner of a state. You can have a presumptive nominee of a party because there's only so many votes available that are left, and they've achieved enough primary votes that they would win. But there's no such thing as a presumptive winner of the presidency until all the votes are counted. The idea that you have something like what they call a red mirage is that often you'll have non-urban areas report earlier. There's less votes to count. There's less complications. It appears that Trump in this instance would be ahead. They start saying, like, how all of a sudden did all these ballots show up? Well, it takes time to count them. I mean, we don't know how many, what the vote is until you count them. Milwaukee showing up late helps them create a narrative that there's something going on here. There's some type of chicanery. And you may not be aware of this, but the Supreme Court right now sucks. And the idea that ultimately, as Emma said, the Wisconsin State Supreme Court is technically nonpartisan, but there's a liberal majority there. But the idea that something could wind its way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court in a narrow circumstance could in some way affect the outcome of the election. So situations where vote tallies coming from blue districts, and we know Milwaukee is one of the bluest parts of Wisconsin, is a little scary.
Well, there was a version of this even in COVID, right? With what was called the red mirage, because a lot of Democrats actually in that instance voted by mail, and in many of the swing states it was forbidden for them to count them prior to that. So all of the votes that were tabulated on election day made it look like, oh wow, Republicans are running away with this. And then the blue votes come in, and what do you know? Biden ended up winning that race, but it didn't stop Donald Trump from saying, oh, of course it's rigged. Where did all these votes come from? And in 2000, as you mentioned, I mean, these are the same freaks that are a part of the Trump orbit. Roger Stone, the ultimate rat fucker, was a big part of that effort to basically make sure that Bush won, including starting what was called the Brooks Brothers riot, which was a bunch of Republican staffers, and they were dressed in Brooks Brothers, that's why they called it that, who were posing as concerned constituents.
Well, we don't know if they were all in Brooks Brothers.
Some of them may have been in Vineyard Vines.
Various clothiers.
Yeah.
Of that ilk.
Of that ilk. But, that was a big reason why in Florida they were pressured to essentially stop the recount. And it was like, oh, for the health of the country, let's all come around George W. Bush and not Al Gore. And we know now, I think now with the understanding of how Trump has operated in this space, what those politics really mean. It's when you get someone who's a little bit more brute, who's communicating that kind of stuff. And you know who Roger Stone was a big fan of and who he helped get elected in 2016? Donald Trump. It's the same Republican Party. It's just a guy that fit the suit, as Sam has said millions of times. They created the conditions for Donald Trump, and now, tonight, I am praying that they get kicked in the fucking teeth. That's what I want. I'm manifesting that.
Yeah. And just a reminder, people tend to forget this. I don't think we knew the final results from California for months. And there's a lot of votes in California. And it's not inconceivable that Trump has gained some strength in California, gained some strength in New York, not enough to win, but enough that theoretically, Harris could win the Electoral College, Trump could win the popular vote, or at least seemingly so, by Thursday or Friday. It would be funny, that's true. But the way that Trump and the Republicans...
Oh.
That's fantastic. Apparently, they showed up at his apartment, and it was empty.
How's he driving
moved
that
everything
car?
into storage. I want to know if those...
I thought it was Trump that died the way you guys reacted.
Sadly, Ken Langone's still alive.
Right.
Oh, there you go. I was wondering what was going on there.
Get distracted.
So in 7 minutes, we're going to have another round of polls closing, if anyone's curious about this. The states, Pennsylvania is going to close at 8, which is the big one. That's the big state. But other ones that are important are Florida, because obviously there's an important Senate race there. Montana, the maybe key Senate race in the country at this point. But most of the East Coast states will close at 8 p.m. And we may have a better idea of how things are shaking out by then.
I think in a moment, in a couple of minutes, we're going to have somebody come and really set the table for us in terms of what expectations can be. I'm not going to say who it is, although I'm starting to hear people take some guesses. We shall find it. All right. Maybe John. All right, let's put up something behind me so that people can get entertained. Let's put the Kornacki cam back up there.
Well, Kornacki cam to get value-tained. How about that?
Sure. Hold on, let me do that.
Thank you.
Mark Robinson lost in North Carolina.
The black Nazi.
Steve Kornacki still just sitting there.
Punching over his numbers.
I wonder where they got the idea to shoot the side of someone's face.
What they call that, the Dutch angle?
Is he saying anything? Let's just turn on the volume and see what's going on. Just music? Let's hear it. Come on. Put it up. Let's see if we hear him. Kornacki's sending us all of our info right now. That's what...
He's so busy.
I think maybe it is time.
It is. I mean, especially with that first domino to fall, because if Mark Robinson is losing this early, this means good things for Kamala Harris.
Oh, maybe we should, again, remind people before we bring out our next guest, who people have come to rely on for data analysis for elections for quite some time. Emma, why don't you remind folks what you're anticipating happening tonight? We will ask all our guests this question, but Emma's, why don't you tell us?
Well, so I think I said this if you guys listen to the show today and follow me on Twitter, where I'm
It's hard to know. How many people listen to the show today? Don't say it. Very few. Good. Go ahead.
Okay. So, you know, I think I mentioned this at the start. I've been bullish on this notion that these national pollsters, I said this to start, but really, they are overestimating this shy Trump vote. Like, have you guys met a Trump supporter in 2024? They're not shy. They want to tell you. They put 1 million signs out on their lawn. They're, this is a party that is only appealing to its base. And we saw that in the final weeks of the race. We saw that with the Madison Square Garden basically ode to the Nazi rally from 85 years ago. I mean, they were deliberately invoking that and saying everything that they could about Palestinians, about Jews, about, of course, Puerto Ricans, infamously. This is not Latinos, right?
Black people apparently like watermelon,
yeah.
I've been told.
I mean, truly, just like rank racism. And this is not the kind of campaign that you're going to run if you actually are trying to appeal to moderate voters, but they're so high on their own supply. This is a very online campaign where they essentially think that we don't need anybody else. We just need men, we need white guys, and we'll drive out the base. I don't think that that's what's going to win this election. I think that there are a lot of women that are pissed off. And this is the first election since a fundamental right for half of the population has been stripped away. And there are older women, and that's what I think that Iowa poll reflected, older white women that worry about their granddaughters and their daughters even. And they say, hey, I've experienced this right my entire life, and it's getting taken away from them. I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris even if I voted Republican my entire life, even if I'm a registered independent. And that's what Jan Selzer picked up with in Iowa, and that's what I think is going to be the story of this race. So we still there's still a long way to go, but in those blue wall states, in Michigan and Wisconsin and in Pennsylvania, there's going to be a good amount of Republican women or independent women that I think vote in secret to make sure that Kamala Harris ends up being the president, next president of the United States.
And you think she wins all 7?
I have said that. I mean, I feel like I'm sweating my ass off if I say that, in front of all these people, but because I want it to happen, obviously, but it's also what I truly think will happen. I think
Trump
that it's statistically impossible for all of these races to be as close as the national aggregators are putting it together. I mean, even I think Nate Silver said that all of these polls having it as the closest race in history makes really little sense unless they're hurting, which means they're heavily weighting their results against what these other pollsters are doing. So they're all afraid to call the race for what it is. And I think that's going to be the story of this election. We'll see. We all lived through 2016, but there was a real difference in 2016. The enthusiasm was on the Republican side. Hillary had deeply awful unfavorables, and Harris polls as the change candidate. There are 4 people on these tickets, right? There's Harris, there's Walz, there's Trump, and there's Vance. Both Harris and Walz are the 2 candidates that poll above in plus with favorability in the country. Vance and Trump are net negatives. Anybody that's analyzing this race honestly and not afraid of Trump voters would favor Harris and Walz in this race.
The only caveat I would add is the peanut effect.
Oh, yeah.
How many folks here are aware of the massive controversy around the squirrel Peanut? We will have a report tonight on the implications of the story of Peanut. CNN's about to make a projection right now. Trump has already won Florida.
Donald Trump, CNN projects, will win the state of Tennessee as expected with its 11 electoral votes. Missouri will go to Donald Trump. Missouri, as expected, will give Donald Trump 10 electoral votes. Here are 2 more projections for Trump. Alabama, CNN can project, will go to Donald Trump with its 9 electoral votes. And Oklahoma, CNN projects, will go to Donald Trump with its 7 electoral votes. We have some projections for Kamala Harris as well. CNN projects that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, with its 11 electoral votes, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris. CNN can project that Maryland, as expected, with its 10 electoral votes, will go to Kamala Harris. And CNN can project that the District of Columbia, with its 3 electoral votes, can go
DC
to
elites.
Kamala Harris. Here are the states where the polls just closed, where we are not prepared to make a projection. They include Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi.
Florida, you'll recall, in 2016, I think was the state where we all basically nearly vomited in our mouths as that came up. It's a different Florida. The expectation was that Trump was going to win. But maybe our next guest can tell us if it is a surprise that Trump won this early. Oh, I forgot to bring out RM. Well, we'll do that in a moment.
You're about to be valuetained.
But let's do this now. Ladies and gentlemen, John from San Antonio.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, John.
Thank you very much for having me. Came all the way from San Antonio. That's quite a flight. Yeah.
So, John,
Did not take a direct flight.
All right. Well,
That's two stopovers. But I came here on Sunday, and I've had a very nice time here in New York so far.
Okay. So, John.
Seen some jazz. I saw John Zorn the other night. That was a big thrill.
All right. Well, John,
And
if I could just
sorry, I'll
ask
get
you a
wait
question.
before you. Yeah.
John,
Yes.
if I could just ask you a question. Florida, surprised that it's called this early?
I wouldn't I've just been having such a good time in New York over the past 3 days that I haven't really kind of lost touch a little bit with what's going on with the election. So I guess it's a little bit of a change for me. Once I got here and walked around the city and just seeing the vibrancy of it all.
All right, John.
I kind of, like I said, I was not necessarily.
Let me.
Oh my God! And I totally forgot to
got
tell you all that I played pickleball for the first time.
If I could just ask you.
Brooklyn Park, it's totally free, and
Let's just talk
not
about
the most athletic person in the world, I can tell you that.
Nebraska
right now.
10.
But
Don
I was
Bacon.
not. What's that?
Don Bacon.
I was just saying I
Nebraska's
was not bad at all, and you can go there, and there are players just waiting to play pickleball. And it's a pickup game, and it's a fun game, and yeah.
John?
Don
Bacon. Nebraska 10.
Yeah. Say again? Wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, the real John from San Antonio. Hey. Fake John from San Antonio, otherwise known as John Benjamin, ladies and gentlemen. Go. Get away. Go. We got the real deal here, ladies and gentlemen. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is John from San Antonio.
So, John, I want to get to, we left a cliffhanger today on the show. I asked you your predictions for the presidency and the House and the Senate. But first, let me ask you about Florida. Are you surprised that they called it this early or no?
A little bit surprised, yeah, sure. Yeah, a little bit.
Just speak into, just put the mic down just a little bit right there.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing. I mean, was expecting about a 6 to 7 point win. So yeah, a little bit.
Should we be concerned at this point, or is Florida, are red states, and there's no accounting for that?
Well, I think we're going to see red mirages in. We're already seeing them in North Carolina and in Georgia because that's the way it is. Rural voters don't have to wait in line. Urban voters work, and when they vote, they wait in long lines, and so you get their results in last. And so actually in the next few hours, we're probably going to see some pretty good results for Trump and for Republicans.
Oh.
Sorry to say that.
Rick Scott won.
Yeah.
All right. Not surprising, the Florida Democratic Party, and you can speak to this, John, has essentially abandoned ship, and they've allowed the Republicans to just completely take over that extremely populous state.
Yeah, but the totals were a lot higher than the polling, though. So, I mean, that is a bit worrying, but, it's one state. We'll see.
Oh, shit.
We'll see how things work out. And, I mean, we're looking at Georgia. We're looking at North Carolina next. I mean, those are the big ones, the possible gets for Harris. One thing I was encouraged about is the 2nd District of Florida is a very competitive race, is 50% in. This is like the Tallahassee area. I think it's Neil Dunn is the Republican incumbent. It's really about the only competitive race so far. I think Weigel talked a little bit about the Paula Anna Luna race, the 13th district. And she won that pretty handily despite having some good polls from St. Petersburg poll. That's in the St. Petersburg area. So yeah, I mean, maybe in the 2nd district we'll get a shock. I mean, Neil Dunn is already up by, I think, a point or two, but I mean, it was surprising. Trying to look for bright spots, right? Look for bright spots for Democrats.
This could be a very sucky early evening.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
a lot of. Well, I mean, I
The
hope
early
not.
side will suck, and then it'll get better. John, tell me what's going to happen.
Well, yeah, I mean, as the urban votes come in, it's going to get better, but it's going to take time for that to happen. And so, I mean, for a little while, we're going to see a lot of Trump support, a lot of Republican leads. I wish it wasn't that way.
What of the swing states which one of the swing states do you anticipate that we will hear a call on first, if we do?
Wisconsin. I mean, they count their votes. The only thing that is going to, I mean, Michigan closes an hour before Wisconsin, but Wisconsin is very good at counting votes.
But what about this whole Milwaukee thing? Did you not hear about this?
I did not.
They're going to have to recount
Around 30,000.
everything they've already counted in Milwaukee, and that may push it to after midnight.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, so, I mean, generally what I've been reading is that the calls are going to come a lot faster than in 2020 because of, COVID and everything. And so hopefully we'll see some earlier calls. If Harris can win by margins over, let's say, between 1 and 1.5 in the formerly blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, then, we might get a call maybe tomorrow. I mean, I think we might have calls earlier in Wisconsin and Michigan. Of course, hopefully there won't be a polling error in Trump's favor, because Wisconsin was the state that had the biggest polling errors in 2016 and 2020 in Trump's favor.
So do you think that caused pollsters to overcompensate, or no? You don't. You have a big fight with Emma, don't you?
I wouldn't say it's a fight. I would say it's
seems like a fight.
A bit of.
Well, you said that there's no chance that the Democrats retain the Senate, and that's what I took umbrage with, John.
Yeah, I still feel that way. I mean, look at Microsoft Powell. I mean, I had her winning, or only down losing by 4 points, and she lost by like 12. I mean, I'm basing this on. All right, well, polling averages.
Let me give some good news while we experience this red mirage. So Allegheny County, which is definitely one of the most important counties when we're looking at Pennsylvania here, it includes Pittsburgh and its suburbs. Biden had improved on Hillary Clinton in Allegheny County by 40,000 votes. So this is, Hillary obviously didn't do very well, so Harris would need to match Biden's totals. So Allegheny County has reportedly processed around 83% of its mail in over 222,000 ballots. Harris is at 72.1% and Trump is at 26.6%. But what's amazing, so first of all, the Democratic partisan breakdown is 65.9% for Democrats, meaning there was an increase for her with independent voters. Trump, the partisan breakdown for Republicans is 23%, Trump getting 26%, less of a marginal increase in terms of what independents are seeing. But Daniel Nickanian, friend of the show, points out what's striking is that the results beneath it for Casey and McCormick, the Senate race there, is basically identical to what the results are for Harris, matching that total. So the point is just that we've seen throughout this cycle all of these pollsters. Can you see that, Sam?
Yeah.
All of these pollsters have been overestimating candidates in Senate and gubernatorial races. And
We hope.
Well, we'll see. Underestimating Harris, that's been my read on it, right? But if Harris is able to even be close to what we're seeing, maybe not in Pennsylvania, but in North Carolina and in Arizona in particular, we're in really, really good shape because some of these polls had double-digit differences, and my contention always has been, John, that you can't have that many split ballots in any realistic manner.
We should say that in Northampton County, a judge refused to extend voting hours despite waits of up to 6 hours plus near Lehigh University. Now, if you're in line at 8 p.m., you can still vote. Andy Kim has won the Senate race in New Jersey. That's a good switch. That's a good replace from Menendez. I mean, not just the fact that Menendez is an incredible criminal, but was crappy on the Iran deal, crappy on a whole host of foreign policy issues, frankly.
Cuba hawk, and then was also like literally taking bribes.
Yeah, I mean.
Got caught the first time, then.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
A lot of people keep that amount of gold in your closet, or.
We all have so many gold bars that, hiding in our closets, right?
Hey, folks, when you leave tonight, first off, I should say we have a bunch of merchandise available to purchase. You can purchase a hat identical to the one that I gave Tim Pool's baby in his off-brand Neverland the other day. But also, as you leave, not allowed to hand this out beforehand, which would have been great, but tomorrow night you may be celebrating, or maybe you will be trying to, soothe yourself. But if you want to bounce back the next day, as you leave, pick up
Warren and Bernie reelected.
Yep. No surprise. As you leave, pick up a bottle of Z-Biotics. Z-Biotics, the pre-alcohol probiotic drink, the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. Here's how it works. When you drink, you get some enzymes that are created in your stomach. They're toxic byproducts. Sheldon Whitehouse wins. New England. It is that byproduct and not dehydration.
Section Bernie Bros is all about it.
Z-Biotics makes you have a nice good morning tomorrow. You can get some out in the front. I drank some tonight before having a couple of drinks. Emma also. I don't know if you guys did. But it really works well. Go to zbiotics.com/majority. Use the code majority at checkout.
Oh, whoa!
John?
Only 18%.
John?
Only 18%.
Yeah, I mean, I said it was going to be close today, right? I said it was going to be a one-point race, and now he's up. What is that? 18%, which is still.
That's significant.
Yeah, I mean, I feel good.
I mean,
feel
look,
good about that.
Sam, you called it today.
Well,
listen,
18% in Texas. I wouldn't get too excited.
Emma's counting her winnings already.
All right, let me just tell you the coupon code
Yeah.
for Z-Biotics before we get too excited about 18% in Texas. 3% in Michigan. Zbiotics.com/majority. Use the code majority at checkout. You can sign up for a subscription. Stay prepared no matter the time or occasion. Z-Biotics backed with 100% money-back guarantee. If you're unsatisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Go to zbiotics.com/majority. Also, do not forget, we got, 25,000 people watching us live right now on the stream?
Yeah, something like that.
Someone just said? That live stream brought to you by sunsetlakecbd.com. $5 off your purchase, regardless of how big it is. Use the coupon code LEFTISBEST. $5 will go to UNRWA, split between their emergency funds for Lebanon and for Gaza. Doesn't matter what you can buy their merchandise, their smokables, their tincture, their gummies, sunsetlakecbd.com. So, John, what else should we be looking for? Later in the evening, we'll have you back. But what else should we be looking for? Like, what's the next shoe that you anticipate dropping that we should be looking out for? Or is there a shoe?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be looking at Harris's most probably accessible path to victory, which would be Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So I'm going to be looking at all three of those states. Pennsylvania should be, coming, very soon.
We have
same
7%
with Michigan.
in for Pennsylvania.
Right.
Harris, again, this is very early. Harris at 73 and Trump at 26. 7%. 7%. Yeah,
Stop the count.
And the Ohio Senate race has 28% in, dead tie. Sherrod Brown is up by less than a percentage point.
Okay.
But still an encouraging sign. And if there is some of that movement with some of those older white voters that we talk about, if Iowa has Harris up +3 and that's earnest, right, John? Would that portend well for Sherrod Brown and for Ohio in and of itself?
It could. I mean, Sherrod Brown had polling leads, most of the cycle until, I guess, about 6 weeks ago. Then they got worse in the last month. But, I mean, he could win. I mean, he could win. I don't want to, I want him to win. I'm trying to be objective. I'm trying to play two roles here, like being objective and also being a partisan Democrat, and those are hard. That's a hard balance to make, and so.
Aspirations sometimes bleed into the calculations. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, right, like when I do the letter hack shows,
Shameless.
Oh, come on.
Shameless.
Come on, Matt is here tonight. Just had a nice dinner with him. He's a good guy.
Where is he? Where's Matt?
Yeah, stand up, Matt.
He's in the bathroom. Where is he? Matt, are you there?
Yeah.
There he is. Folks, check out the poster that Matt did. It's out on the front there. You can purchase. Stay here for a moment because maybe we can have someone play you out. I want to welcome somebody I was supposed to bring on about an hour ago. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy is a Tim Poolologist. He is the proprietor of a very popular YouTube channel who will be here tonight as our, wait, who did he say he wanted to be? I can't remember now. Ladies and gentlemen, R.M. Brown. No sunglasses. All right, he's going to be dropping drops all night. John, we're going to play you off. Do you have any other final comments before we bring you back a little later in the evening?
Yeah, that race, that second district, that's actually about plus 20 now. So
Which race?
The Neil Dunn race, Florida second district. So that's the when you even in a 50% in, it was probably all of Tallahassee that came in first. It's kind of a reverse of a red mirage.
So what you're saying, until you see 85, 90% in, just calm down.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, it's when you're a candidate, you want to win. I mean, you kind of get excited. You get a rush of adrenaline. I mean,
but that doesn't get you more votes after the polls have closed.
But I mean, it makes you feel good, right?
I mean, for a brief period of time, and then you just you crash.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's to be expected, but I mean, it was nice. Usually, if it's like 10%, 15%, yeah, I won't mention it. But when it gets to 50%, okay, that's like, you mentioned that at that point.
Okay, all right. All right,
okay.
There we go.
All right, well, John, very well
you
done.
want to play
Thank
him
you
off
very
with
much.
a couple of, what do you got for us? All right, Brown. With Paul Schaefer.
Be my mommy, Mamala. Shrek is Hezbollah. Shrek is Hezbollah.
You need a tongue bath, and
I've been in the toilet stall.
Because you guys are grifters.
You're about to be value-tained.
The authoritarians are coming for you. They want your asshole to be stimulated.
You need a tongue bath, and I'm your guy. Haitians are eating cats and dogs.
Whoa.
Haitians are eating cats and dogs.
Hey, unbelievable.
Why
All right, let's listen to John King for a second.
Up above 60% in Bucks County at the end of the night, she's going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but it is very, very early. Why do I say that? Because Joe Biden won it last time with just 52%. This is a very tough, is a good, strong Trump base in Bucks County. So what you see at the moment is mostly early votes, but we watch and we see. Another place here is Montgomery County. Again, when I started doing this is where Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush won elections. No more. It's a Democratic stronghold now, but you see right now, it's very early on, 800 votes when you add that up. So we won't even bother with the comparison. Then you just pop down to Delaware County. Same issue, about 15% of the vote in. So we can take a look here. I was just here the other day in Delaware County, and you see it's overwhelmingly Democratic, but you do see some pockets of Trump support. This is one of the places, it's a key test. He's not going to win Delaware County. Can he improve his standing in the suburbs just a little bit? That's Donald Trump's big challenge. Improve your standing in the suburbs just a little bit. 15%. He's at 24% right now. If you go back 4 years ago, he was at 36%. So if he stays where he is, he's in trouble in Pennsylvania. But
I just want to point this out. So this is going to be, I think, the most important thing to watch is suburban districts and even ex-urban districts that have a mix of suburban and rural voters. For better for worse, the Harris campaign has been targeting suburban voters, people who are sick of Trump, for his rudeness, for his lack of respectability, for his criminality. That's basically for affluent suburbanites in many ways, and upper middle class to middle class people. So Bucks County is a really important county to watch in that regard, but you also have Montgomery County, which is the most populous Philadelphia suburban county that we should be watching out for. Biden ended up getting 40,000 more votes there than Hillary Clinton did in 2016, so that was really key for him winning the state. Allegheny County, as I mentioned as well. And then Erie County is something, I've been there actually, I went to a Trump rally there, that's like, it's in the northwest part of Pennsylvania. That went for Obama in both times that he ran, but Trump in 2016 and back to Biden in 2020. So that's a bellwether county for the most part. So if we're watching how Erie goes, there's a good chance that that's how the rest of the state is going to go.
I'm looking at some House races, the ones to watch. There's not a lot of votes in some of the key House races. Maybe, Bradley, you can pop this up on your screen here. Right there. Let's hear it for Bradley. So I'm looking over the, as you can see here, most of these races to watch, and they're races to watch both because they give you a sense of where they're bellwethers. They give you a sense of what's going on. The only race here, or there's one that's projected. This is House 13. Luna was projected to win. I don't have numbers on what people anticipated she winning, but I can tell you in Virginia, House District 7, this is a seat that has been really close. Back in 2020, Spanberger, who is now running for governor, stepped down. She won that seat by about a point, maybe a little bit less. Again, 39% in, tough to know where those votes are coming from. And until we know exactly where that is, but, you know, you can't predict much from that. The rest of these races, we've yet to see numbers come in. Now, we're going to, wow, I just saw a NBC new exit poll. Majority of Texas voters think abortion should be legal. Not sure how legal, but I guess we're going to get a better sense. All right. I think we should fire up the ping. I will tell you when to put it up there. But now listen, I want people to reserve judgment. Our next guest is someone who I have, at time in the past, considered someone I was friends with. We're not super tight, but it's not Tim Pool. We worked together, not necessarily in person, but I had a very good, let me tell you. Listen, I have absolutely not agreed with maybe a single stance or thing he has done this campaign. Voting's about closed across the country. The guy knows politics, and he reached out. I said, fine, maybe we can talk about some of the stuff that you've done that I haven't appreciated. Give him a chance.
Build some bridges.
Want to welcome to the program RFK Jr. Bobby Kennedy.
Hey. How you doing, Sam? Good to see you, pal.
Bobby?
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Yeah, can we make this quick? I have a German Shepherd that's roasting on my grill right now. Got a pretty sweet roadkill. But it's good to see you, pal. Mainly because when I can see you, you can't stab me in the back.
I'm not stabbing you in the back. I mean, I think...
Hey, by the way, just so your audience of vaccinated snowflakes know, I'm a little tipsy tonight. I've been pounding some fermented owl urine for the past 2 hours.
Wait, so fermented apple urine? What did you say?
It's a cure-all. It cures measles, mumps, and I'm hoping herpes. Hey, pipe down. I hope you all choke on your kombuchas.
So, Bobby, let's start with the
Call me
thing.
Mr. Kennedy.
What?
Call me Mr. Kennedy, you son of a bitch. Traitor. God damn it.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Shoot. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to get a sense. What? I know you're heavily invested in Donald Trump winning. Give me your sense of what the chances are that he will win.
Look, let me just say this one thing. She's a woman, okay? And I'm not just saying that. Well, look, this is science. The female cranium is much smaller than the male cranium. And you can't squeeze this is science now. You can't squeeze as much brains in there. So I think it would be devastating if she takes the presidency.
If she what?
If she takes the presidency, I think that would be terrible for our country.
Okay. Because of her brain size?
Open your ears, jackass. Listen, are you the one with worms in your brains? The female cranium is much smaller than the male cranium, so the females don't have brains the size of males. That's why there's never been a female president, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
I mean,
Congress, let's talk about...
I know you agree with me.
I don't.
Yeah, we've had phone calls. I know. Listen, the lady next to you, I know you can't be honest right now, Sam, because there's a beautiful lady next to you, but we all know.
Take it
Look,
easy. Yeah. I think you might be in enough trouble right now at home. Don't you think?
Yeah, that's over. Believe me.
What's over? Which situation is over?
The curb your enthusiasm situation. Now, believe me, it's all been curbed. Trust me.
All right.
Excuse me. A little more urine real quick. It doesn't go down too smooth, to be honest with you. You'd be surprised how bad owl urine tastes.
I don't think I would, actually. I think I would assume it tastes pretty bad. The House. We have both men and women running for office in the House. Who's going to control the House?
Well, that is a woman's job, and I wouldn't be surprised if a woman controlled the House. With the cooking and the cleaning and the vacuuming, they're very good at that.
I'm talking about like the Congress, the House as in the House of Representatives.
Oh, who gives a shit? Is that important? I don't know. Look at this. This is my cricket Jiminy. Right here.
What?
I have a cricket. It's my pet cricket, Sam.
What are you doing? Is that the cricket from that video you made?
Yeah, that's exactly right. You saw that. I didn't know you watched my TikToks. Yeah, it's a grasshopper. It's beautiful. He's a chameleon, a sky hopper from Australia. I call him Cedar because he changes his colors to fit any situation and avoid danger like some people I fucking know. See you later, Cedar.
Wait, what? What about the Senate?
Oh, the Senate. I'm going to go with, I'm going to bet on red. Listen, Sam, let me be totally honest. I have not been following politics in the past few months. I've been dealing with a lot of nude photos from journalists, and it's distracting. I honestly don't know what's going on.
What about But what about, I thought...
Oh, yeah. After a while, you get kind of used to it.
What about the whole, you're going to be in charge of like getting rid of the fluoride in the water, and what about all that?
We're going to get rid of the fluoride. That's right. We're going to change and put some Ozempic in there, get the ladies looking nice. You know, I'm going to be the women's health czar if Trump wins.
Oh gosh.
And I promise to make some changes, some good changes.
What?
I'm curious. What changes?
Well, of course, women have been totally burdened with their menses for generations now. And as the women's health czar, I will require all women and menstruating people to run a marathon once a month. This will help in 3 ways. Number 1, it will end the wild mood swings and unhealthy cravings associated with the lady cycle. As you elite athletes don't menstruate. Number 2, this will make pregnancies virtually impossible, therefore solving the abortion debate. Okay? I'm not hearing applause. Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. I'm starting to like your audience a little bit. Anyway, and number 3 will make women more attractive to men that run companies, and this will solve the wage gap, as it proven that attractive people earn more in any gender. They earn more money than the ugly people. You're welcome.
Thank you, I guess. I mean, it's tough to maintain a conversation if you haven't been following politics, Bobby. Is there anything else? I mean, you wanted to say
I mean, is there any way I can get out of here? That would be great. No, I'm just kidding.
Where are you?
Well, my wife has me sleeping in the basement now. It's actually pretty cold down here.
Well,
sometimes I worry this is actually my urine because there isn't a toilet down here. It's a good chance I've been drinking my urine. Anyway, I gotta go, buddy. But good luck to you, Trump 2024.
Bobby Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, thank you.
God bless. God bless America. All right.
I'm glad you guys mended fences.
I didn't get the sense that any fences were mended, to be honest with you. I wasn't aware of the urine thing. I really didn't.
All right, you want some updates?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this is Senate related, but 41% reporting in Ohio. Trump is up by 2 points, but Sherrod Brown is up by 3 against Bernie Moreno. So if that result continues, that would Sherrod Brown would need a significant amount of split tickets, but he has done that many times before, so I'm not that worried about that one, to be honest with you.
I mean, the interesting thing there is he's outpacing Trump in those areas. These are not, now they may be more blue-leaning areas. Maybe we can see if Kornacki Cam is available. But that's a good sign if you have, it's the same counties coming in voting for Trump as voting for Brown in that instance. So that's pretty good stuff. Next polls close in about 18 minutes. Let's bring on our next guest, shall we?
We should.
We'll bring on both right now. And what are you doing? You want to come on? Yeah, sure. And do we have a seat over there, too? Let's bring out, ladies and gentlemen, you may know him as Old Matt, or you may know him as the host of Doom. Matt Digby.
USA! 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 USA!
What's up, everybody?
Let's also bring out our next guest, and people are gonna walk in, walk out. She is the host of the Bitchuation Room, Francesca Fiorentini.
Shrek is Hezbollah. You need a tongue bath, and I'm your guy.
What has happened to the Democrats?
It's Gallego.
Yeah, I got that now.
Gallego.
Thanks.
Liz
Why
Cheney.
are you there?
Liz Cheney.
Liz Cheney.
What do you have in there?
Which one is Liz?
We're not telling you.
Okay.
I wanted to sit between them. Was that wrong? Anyone else want to be between Emma and Sam? Was that wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, is anyone else not drunk?
What?
Oh, are we being pundits tonight?
Oh, yes, very serious.
Oh, cool. Oh, Colin Allred might win. He's not gonna fucking win. Fuck. I'm just kidding. I'm hopeful.
You sound it.
You were sitting back in the green room, I guess. We know what you're doing.
I left my child behind for this.
That's true.
Like permanently, or?
I mean, if all goes well tonight, yes.
And Matt, do you have a babysitter?
Yeah, my wife.
We don't have
She
to
doesn't want
discuss
to come
it.
here anyway.
How's everybody feeling? I mean, about the election?
What?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I wasn't saying generally.
I mean, it's gonna be a long night. Look at this standing room only. I'm so sorry for y'all. I think we should it'll be like a cuddle puddle by the end of this. It'll be good. I'm feeling good, you know. I am worried about what the new line is if Trump is reelected. Because it's been like, we're not going back. We're not going, but what if we're like, fuck, we gotta go back, dude. Like, it's like you're an hour into a road trip and you forgot like your computer charger back at home. You're like, fuck, I'm going back, you know? I gotta get my QAnon uncle. So like that, I'm prepping for that.
Uh-huh. Well, that's fair. Can I give some other updates? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm barely listening as I furiously scroll. So Harris is early votes. They have tabulated this in Lackawanna County. Scranton's home. This will upset one Mr. Joseph Robinette Biden. Harris is up 67-32 in Lackawanna, and Biden had won that by 53.5%. So that would be a lovely cherry on top for me.
Only 26% of the vote
Only
in.
26%. But if she ends up winning Scranton and that area by a larger margin than Biden.
67-32 is huge.
Right, but only 26% in. So that's what I'm hoping for. Just like, you know, another way to rub Biden's face in it. That's always fun.
That's what Weigel was saying, was like, that's indicative if that goes to Harris.
Oh, he was saying that.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah, these Scranton, rural Pennsylvania type areas.
Yes, yes.
I have to say, I have a lot more, I think, sort of like hesitation when we get in the, you know, when we're down to like a quarter of the vote in. 2004, the Majority Report was on Air America Radio. Janine Garofalo and I did a live show somewhat similar to that. Were you there? Oh my gosh. You remember. It was extremely depressing. George Bush won re-election in 2004. They put marriage equality on the ballot. They drove out the evangelical vote in a way that really they had never done before. And it was extremely depressing. And of course, 2016, you remember, Matt. Now, you weren't on the Majority Report anymore at that point. You had moved on.
Right,
But you were just telling me, like, where were you in 2016?
Right, so in 2016, I was working at a place that called Cafe, which is now Preet Bharara's podcast. And it wasn't Preet Bharara's podcast then because he had a job doing something more important than doing a podcast at the time.
Excuse me?
So yeah, when Trump won in 2016, I actually lost my job because Trump fired Preet Bharara and then he took over the cafe as his podcast. But before that all happened, the night before, the day before the election in 2016, I was working for a cafe, and at the time we were like a political, funny news humor outlet, and there was a fake pundit working for us called Carl Diggler that you all might remember. The Chapo guys, like Felix, he was behind that, and they had submitted their electoral map for 2016 the day before, and I was looking over it with the editor there at the time, Blake Zeff, and they put Michigan in there for Trump, and I remember turning to Blake and telling him, I mean, not Trump, they gave it to Hillary, and I remember turning to my editor, Blake, and being like, I think they're wrong here. Why is Trump spending his last day, his last campaign stop, his last rally in Michigan? Something's off. So, then I knew that we were in for a problem.
Did you hire a mariachi band in advent of Hillary Clinton's eventual victory? Because that was me. I'm sorry to interrupt, but whatever.
What?
Yeah, oh yeah. I use company funds. Oh, sorry, but I didn't mean to jump on it.
Nothing like that. No mariachi band here. I will
but you
say
knew
though,
something was up when it was Michigan.
Right.
Yeah.
I will say that last election in 2020, I spent my election night on a live stream hosted by one Lauren Chen, and she's doing something else this election, I think.
She's sending nudes to RFK. I don't know.
See, this is why you guys don't get invited places.
She's the one who was behind Tenet Media, the Russian outlet that was paying Tim Pool. Yeah.
Good for her. Lean in, girl. Okay.
They should apologize to Russia. They should apologize to Russia.
She actually was called. She's Canadian. She's Canadian, I believe, and she was called in front of Canadian Parliament today, and she showed up and wouldn't answer any questions because she said she's being investigated by the U.S. government, and so the Canadian Parliament held her in contempt. I mean, again, I think she's doing something different this election day than doing a stream with me on it.
The nicest jail ever, just a Canadian. Oh, sorry. Can you see the TV okay?
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, I don't know what necessarily to make of this, but gender breakdown of exit polls in Pennsylvania show 6% more women.
That's my gender.
I've heard of them.
It explains why you have people like Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk begging men to go to the polls.
So,
it's sort of fascinating.
Harris has won 2 states since we last were projected. That's what I'm furiously scrolling, trying to figure out. She's won New Hampshire and Virginia, which expected.
What's up with CNN over here? They only got her at 27, right? What the hell?
This is what Decision Desk is projecting. I will say that, so Florida was worse than anticipated for Democrats. So the idea that Florida would have possibly gone blue is such a pipe dream at this point. Trump so far is doing a little bit better in Georgia than we will like. But we'll see. Some experts are saying that Sherrod Brown, maybe I shouldn't be so confident here, because he would want more separation from Harris for some of those split tickets based on the districts and the counties that have come back. One piece of bad news is that the abortion measure in Florida has failed.
Now that needed 60%
threshold, yeah.
Do we know what the...
No final total. That happened like 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
It's fucking nightmarish.
55, you said? Thank you. I can't see you, but I can
It
hear
got
you.
to 55%?
Yes.
Is that what it was? Our decision desk over there.
Man in red hat that seems chill, though.
There was a lot of stuff. I don't know if you guys were following what was going on in Florida, but DeSantis was basically threatening to to shut down news outlets that were reporting on
the ads.
How the ads were, basically misinformation. I mean, yeah, of course.
All right. We will have, okay, what do we have coming up? I've got my documents.
I mean, that's pretty devastating in Florida. Like, I just want to name how fucked that is, right? Because we've seen abortion measures pass in far redder states, ostensibly. So, and again, you guys have talked about how shit the Democratic Party is in Florida. I mean, Rick Scott won handily. I was excited because he was running scared after the Puerto Rico comments that he was actually kind of nervous for his race there, but he won it outright. And so, yeah, we're just going to see a lot more abortion refugees from Florida, and also we're going to see women die. And
we have.
And we already have in that state specifically. So.
And well, that obviously is bad for people who live in Florida, and obviously the abortion thing is horrible. But for the rest of the country, though, Florida getting redder means that ostensibly Republicans from other states are moving there as sort of like a right-wing Mecca, like they go pray to Mar-a-Lago or something.
We're secession, right? We're very close to just
the Bugs Bunny meme where they just cut Florida off.
Sawing it off.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, let them keep moving there. Again, I'm sorry for people in Florida. We won't give up on you, but let them keep moving there and turning the other states bluer. Maybe set up a travel for people from Texas and Georgia, and we'll pay for your trip down to move to Florida. I don't know, but it does seem like that's what's going on. People who love Trump and love DeSantis and love being Republicans and right-wingers are moving to Florida, and that might be good for the rest of us.
I think that's also the dynamic that's happening with Arizona a little bit, too. You're getting people from California and New York, for that matter, but who are moving to Arizona because they don't like the fact that people believe that there was a pandemic,
right.
that COVID still exists, that could be daylight.
It's like the one thing they're right about. Doesn't that suck? Arizona's right about daylight savings. Fuck.
It's so mean to pets, too, because they don't know that they're getting fed an hour later.
Try babies, dude. Babies have no idea.
Thank you.
That's the one thing we will get done. If the Senate goes red, at least we could abolish daylight savings once and for all. Right, people?
All right, so 9 p.m., so we got 4 minutes.
Yeah, let's pop up.
Polls closing in these states.
The CNN thing here.
Arizona, Iowa, the apple
Around
of
9
my
p.m., just
Iowa,
5 minutes from now.
Minnesota,
I'm told by
Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, and Wisconsin. Reminder that when Arizona comes in, we're not going to know Arizona for 48 hours. So just throw that out. But essentially, that's what we have coming around the pike in 4 minutes.
I want everyone to know just how much Emma and I are going to lib the fuck out if Kamala Harris wins.
Oh, I've already started, and she hasn't won. Yeah.
We're just going to go and it's okay to be excited about the first female Blasian president. As a mixed-race person myself, I'm so excited to have representation at the highest office of people who don't know how to racially profile you or throw slurs at you because they don't know what you are. I fucking love that for this country. I'm going to lib so hard. And then we fight for an arms embargo, should that happen.
Absolutely.
All right, let's put up the audio on this one here.
The largest county, that it's taking longer than expected to process early ballots. The first release of 1.1 to 1.2 million ballots of those early ballots at about 10 p.m. Eastern tonight will only account for early votes through last Tuesday, October 29th. That is less than the initial estimate that the first drop would be comprised of ballots through at least Friday, they thought. So it's going more slowly there. One more thing I want to note, I'm told they're going to keep up 24-hour shifts in Maricopa to keep things moving. They understand how important it is to get those results out, those accurate results out as quickly as possible.
All right, Pam, thank you very much. You take all of that together, look at where we are. What do you see, John King?
That tells me to tell the people at home either slow down on the popcorn or make some more, because we're going to be at this a while and maybe brew an extra pot.
You're not coordinating.
I just want to start in Michigan because Pam was just talking about Macomb County, Michigan. You see Detroit right here. This is Wayne County. We have no votes. The reason we can't say much about Michigan right now is we have 0 votes from the largest population center. And then she mentioned Macomb County, which is right here, blue collar. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, this is where they were studying Reagan Democrats, right? Why were union auto workers voting for Ronald Reagan for president?
If they're
that
showing
debate
maps
continues
of
out there right now.
0%
about a month
in.
ago. It's a huge test out there, but it's very early in Michigan, only 8%. So let's
We
come
are
back out to
super
the
fucked.
battlegrounds where we have more votes. Let's check here. Only up to 15% of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The vice president with a big lead. Pennsylvania's not going to end. No matter who wins Pennsylvania, it's not going to end a 30-point race. We just know that as we count more votes. So we'll wait. And
The
try to get
Amish
more
buggies
in
are still on their way,
Pennsylvania.
folks.
This is one of the surprises.
Don't
A lot of
count
surprises
out the
on
Trump
map right
vote.
now.
They'll be here
I'd like
any
it to
minute.
end this way. You see the vice president leading in Kansas, the vice president leading in Missouri, the vice president, even though we've already projected Arkansas, that's just early votes. The votes will come in. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. We're open to surprises here, but we'll keep a look at it. A surprise that has a lot of votes counted so far is Virginia. They're almost up to the halfway mark here, and Donald Trump is ahead in the state Joe Biden carried 4 years ago by 10 points. By 10 points. So let's see. One of the things we do at this point when you get up to almost half of the vote is what's missing. Right? This is live outstanding votes. The larger the circle, the more votes are out in an area. The color of that circle tells you how the voting is going so far. So you see these big circles in Richmond and the suburbs, huge circles, and then smaller circles within them in the Washington, D.C. suburbs. So there are a lot of Democratic votes still to be counted. Vice President can't like that right now. You do not like being tied in battleground Virginia right now, but there are a lot of votes still to be counted, and you can tell from that a lot of them are Democratic, so we'll see. Same test in North Carolina, up to 38% of the vote. Trump with a narrow lead there. Let's just bring it up and look. Live outstanding votes. Again, your biggest outstanding votes are in the Democratic areas, Charlotte, Raleigh-Durham, Winston-Salem, Asheville, and Wilmington down there. So you have a very competitive race right there right now. You'd rather be Donald Trump and you'd rather be ahead, but there's a lot of vote counting to do. And again, this is one of the tightest of the battlegrounds. Virginia, a bit of a surprise, Jake, more counting elsewhere.
All right, John King, voting is about to end in 15 states, the second biggest wave of results this evening. 163 electoral votes will be up for grabs, and we're watching several crucial battlegrounds. CNN's going to bring you this projection right now. CNN projects that Texas will go to Donald Trump. The state of Texas, as expected, to Donald Trump with its big lead of 40 electoral votes. CNN also projects that North Dakota will go to Donald Trump. As expected,
Matt.
North Dakota with its 3 electoral votes. 2 more for Trump now. CNN projects
You fucked up.
that
You fucked up.
South Dakota will go to Donald Trump. South Dakota, as expected, with its 3 electoral votes to Donald Trump. And
Both
CNN projects that
Dakotas. That's so
Wyoming will
sad.
go to Donald Trump. Wyoming with its 3 electoral votes. CNN is not making any projections in the following states that just closed their polls. Arizona, that's a big battleground. Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, battleground Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, and battleground
I'm sorry,
Wisconsin.
no
Let's look at
projection
the
in New
electoral
York
map
and Minnesota.
now.
I
Donald
mean,
Trump has
really fucking milking this,
154
aren't they? Oh,
electoral
come
votes.
on.
Kamala Harris has 27 electoral
They
votes.
just want these numbers to look
270
like this.
Are needed to win. Let's bring you a key race alert now. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead with 64.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 34.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there with 326,000 plus votes.
16%.
Only an estimated 16% of the vote has been counted in Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead, 54.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with 43.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 55,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 8% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead there now, 51.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.1% of the vote.
This I don't like.
Donald Trump with a more than 106,000 vote lead. That's with 39% of the estimated vote counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there, 52.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has a healthy 221,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 66% of the vote counted in Georgia. About 2/3 of the vote in
Georgia result is
has
not
been
good.
counted.
Yeah, but
In
where
the
have they
Commonwealth of
left the
Virginia,
count?
Donald Trump in the lead there now with 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 13,334 vote lead. That's with half the vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 50%
Okay, do
counted
we
there in
accept
Virginia.
these results
In the state
thus
of New
far,
Hampshire,
Sam?
Kamala Harris has 53.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 45.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there by roughly 16,000 votes. That's with about a quarter, 25% of the estimated vote counted in the Granite State of New Hampshire. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 52.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.3% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 197,000 plus vote. That's with half the vote counted in Ohio, 50% of the vote counted in Ohio. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John.
Let's just hear what John King says about
Start
this.
with the context, what you just went through. I'm going to wander over to this wall here just to show the race to 270 at the moment. If you're a Republican, you might be saying, wow, this is a rout. If you're a Democrat, you might be saying, oh, my goodness, we should be worried. No, we're early in the night. As Chris Wallace said, I love the analogy, nobody has broken serve yet, as in every red state here,
up on the
Donald
vote
Trump
total
won in
or on
2020
Alaska?
when he lost the White House. Every blue state on the map so far, Joe Biden carried when he won the White House. What don't we have? We don't have Rhode Island. We don't have Connecticut. We don't have New Jersey. We don't have Illinois just yet, long-time blue states. So as we move west and as the count advances in some of the New York as well, some of the most reliably blue states, this map will change in the near future.
Just
at least that is our
absurd that they're handing the red states, the clear red states off the bat, and then it's like, we got to hold off on New York and New Jersey. We don't know how that's going to play out.
Again, an unusual map at the moment, just because the vote count is early, or because we're going to have the most surprising election of my lifetime. But in Nebraska right now, statewide, you have the vice president winning, but you see most of the votes are out here. She's not so much worried about the statewide vote. She'd love to win Nebraska, don't get me wrong. Nebraska's second congressional district is right here in the Omaha area. Nebraska and Maine award electoral votes based on congressional district, the two states that do that. So eastern Nebraska is what matters most to the vice president. We'll see if Nebraska stays blue. Again, to its south, the state of Kansas, 29% of the vote in. But you see all this? That's if you're playing Legos, that's Donald
she's
Trump.
winning
That's how he
Manhattan,
builds
no
his buildings
surprise.
right there, those small rural counties all across America, especially in the heartland here. So Kamala Harris, the vice president, ahead with 52% of the vote. It's all over here.
Ahead.
Kansas City, Missouri, the suburbs here, the more blue areas, the college towns, and the more urban areas in Kansas is why she's ahead right now. It's only 29% of the vote. We'll watch as that map fills in. Again, Missouri, when I started doing this in 1988, spent a lot of time in Missouri with Michael Dukakis. It's not a battleground state
You're still
anymore.
not as
but
hot
at
as
the
Kornacki,
moment,
but
it's
okay.
51%, but it's only 7%. And again, you see votes coming in the suburbs just to the west of St. Louis, suburbs just to the east of Kansas City. That's why the Democrat is leading at the moment as we go through it. So now let's get to the states that we actually think will be the battlegrounds in the end. We'll keep looking. We'll keep looking. Open to surprises here. But let's check in on the big ones. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, still at 16%. This is a 30-point race, just shy of a 30-point race in a state we know is going to be decided by 1 or 2 points. So we'll continue to watch to see. I check in on it just to see if the vote count has gone up. It has not in a while, still 16%. Same with Michigan. We come over, we're up to 10% here right now, 53 to 45. Again, if there's an 8-point lead in Michigan, then you have a blowout. You expect this to be very close in the end. We're missing a lot, right? Earlier tonight, Grand Rapids was red for Donald Trump. That's Kent County out here. Right now, you see it's almost a tie. Right there. This is one of the battlegrounds within the battlegrounds. Fiercely, formerly reliably red, now a closely fought suburban area around Grand Rapids. We'll keep an eye on that. But still nothing out of Wayne County, Detroit. I just want to come up here to Ingham County. This is where Michigan State is. If this ends the night there, Donald Trump's going to feel very good about his Michigan chances, but we're at 3%. Students here, state capital, government town, should be blue by the end of the night. If it's not, that would tell you something huge. So let's come to where we have more votes in these battlegrounds. Again, I just want to check on Virginia again. This is our surprise at the moment. We're up to 50% of the
Harris
vote.
is underperforming.
And you have Donald Trump with a very narrow lead. I did this a moment ago. I just want to do it again for people at home.
She won.
Most of the outstanding votes, these circles tell you, the larger the circle, the more outstanding votes. We're still waiting to be counted. And the color tells you how the vote's coming in so far in that area. So you see a lot of blue up here. Virginia now has become a blue state because of the Washington, D.C. suburbs in northern Virginia. The places, the counties, within 25, 35 minutes, depending on traffic, drive. So that's out there, plus Richmond and the suburbs around there. We'll see. Donald Trump is remarkably in play in this state, and this would be, even if it's close, it might tell you something about what's going to happen to its south in North Carolina. They're not twins, but they're very similar, Virginia and North Carolina. North Carolina actually has a higher African-American population. So if you're the vice president, that's part of your base. Here's Donald Trump with a lead, 41% reporting. Again, should the Harris campaign be nervous? Both campaigns will be nervous about battleground North Carolina. It's going to go back and forth. But again, you see there's still some large pockets of Democratic votes, also some pretty good-sized pockets of Republican votes in a battleground state. This one's going to take a while to sort out, but you see where the outstanding votes are. I didn't get to this last time in Georgia, so let's go down and look at battleground Georgia and bring that up here right now. We're up to 68% of the vote in Georgia, and you have 53 to 46. So if you're in the Trump campaign, you're thinking with more than 2/3 of the vote counted, you start to feel good about a lead that big, especially in a state that was, 11,700 votes 4 years ago. But let's see what's left out. Where are the outstanding votes? And you see right there why you're nervous. You're checking in with all your field captains and your precinct people. You see right there, you see those giant circles right there, and a bigger circle, another big circle over here. There are still a lot of areas where we know vote disproportionately Democratic, where votes are to be counted in Georgia. I just want to come back and make one more observation here. You see that 242,000 vote lead. It is a little after 9 o'clock on Tuesday night. If you go back to 2020,
no fully
Donald Trump was leading Georgia by
counties counted in
244,000 votes
none in
at 9 o'clock
Wisconsin, none
on
in
Tuesday night,
Pennsylvania.
election night in 2020. It was 244,000 votes
and
then.
I'm saying that to myself as
242,000
much
votes.
as I'm saying this to all of you guys. Stand back and stand by. Thank you.
Wait, did you say the Fayette County?
Sorry?
Did you want to talk about this one right here?
If you want to talk about it.
Well, Georgia looks a little bleak until you see that map, and then you don't know. Apparently, in Fayette County, Georgia, so far, with 93% of the votes in, Trump is underperforming relative to 2020. Right now, it's 51% Trump, 48% Harris, 93% of the votes in. Trump did almost 2 points higher than he is right now in 2020 in that county.
Right.
The problem is when you're talking about that number of votes, you don't know if it's just a function of people coming in, moving into the county. 4 years ago, several thousand people. So,
but North Carolina, just to give some good news, North Carolina has some positive signs. I mean, thank you. You live there. Okay, so.
Yes.
Are you from Wake County or Mecklenburg?
Durham.
Okay. Well, I don't have that on my election cheat sheets, so I can't speak to it. But
Blue dots. There's a lot of good blue dots.
Near Wake. Gotcha. Thank you. So, Mecklenburg and Wake are two counties in North Carolina that we should be watching for. Mecklenburg contains Charlotte. It has suburbs as well. As I mentioned, suburbs are what we should be looking out for Harris. Democrats need to drive numbers in those two counties. And Wake County, viewers from there, similar to Mecklenburg, it has Raleigh in it and also suburbs. It's one of the fastest growing counties in the entire country. And Biden gained an almost 100,000 vote shift there. So, and he still lost North Carolina. Of these 7 battleground states, the one that Trump actually won in 2020 was North Carolina. And so I'm looking at this map right now in terms of North Carolina, which tab did I put it in? And turnout. And 87% of a deep red county is reporting, 22% of another red county, 86% of another red county, 84% of another red county. But Charlotte, Mecklenburg, only 6% is in. So, and Harris is down by 4. 5. I'm just saying. So, this is what we said was going to happen when we started the show, but it's also just happening in front of our eyes, and it's also
extremely painful.
The polls were right, weren't they?
Yeah.
And how close it was going to be.
Yeah. Look, maybe I'm not going to be ready to concede until the fat lady sings.
Yeah, no, never. When do we riot? When's the riot? I'm excited for that. No, look, I had Greg Palast on my show, and Palast has been covering the amount of voter purging that's happened specifically in Georgia. The number of people who have been purged from the voter rolls, specifically, obviously, black Georgians. who've just disappeared, and they have to contest that. So, like, there's a lot of voter suppression happening in Georgia. It would not surprise me. Brian Kemp has made it a point to never let Georgia go blue ever again. And they've steadily purged these rolls for the last, 4 years, and increasingly in the last few months.
Okay.
We should say in Kentucky, some good news. Kentuckians rejected Amendment 2, a ballot measure that would have allowed public funding to go to private schools.
Thank you to the governor there, Andy Beshear, who has been very vocal against charters and school privatization.
Did we say Gallego projected to beat Kari Lake?
That's nice.
It's from the election center.
Okay.
Let's try and bring Digby. I don't understand what you're asking, Bradley.
I called into the phones.
Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry.
Harrison's New York,
Sorry.
so.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
But CNN still hasn't given anything to her. Look, we got 30 electoral votes over there.
Did the New Yorkers vote on the Working Families Party line?
Yeah.
Yes, very good. All right. Right in Joe Biden. I fucking love you, dude. I love you.
I'm staying in the race.
I'm staying in the race.
What do you all think he's doing right now?
Wait, we've got some ideas. Ice cream,
right?
Oh, he's tanning, sleeping.
No.
Dooning? Gooning.
No. I don't know what it is, but every time it comes
volume
up,
on
I'm
King
told
here.
not to say anything.
This sounds like a
Little volume here.
sexual thing.
So, okay, I'm a little less panicked. I'm looking at the.
4 years
sorry.
ago. It's a county where, if you want to win Michigan, Joe Biden won by 154,000 votes. So you could say she has some to spare, if you will. She can lose a little bit in the coalition, but you don't want to lose a lot. And I was at the Michigan campus just last week, and they have a very aggressive young voter turnout operation there. We'll see later in the night if those numbers change at all. That's Michigan. Let's come back out and come over to the home state of Mr. Tapper, still at 20%. It's bumped up just a little bit there. So what are we looking at? Let's move it up just a little bit. We have some votes. Erie County, as I told you earlier, 25 counties in America, twice for Barack Obama, then to Donald Trump, and then flip back to Joe Biden. So it's a bellwether county. Doesn't mean the person who wins Erie County is going to win the Commonwealth and win the presidency, but that's what's happened in the last several presidential elections. So you look, we're just starting. Just getting started in Erie County, 512 votes. Just for context, it's going to take close to 70,000 votes to win that county. So we're just starting. That's one of them. Let's come back to 2024 and move over here to Northampton County, again, right along the New Jersey border, not terribly far from Allentown. The vice president ahead there at only 22% of the vote in. So that was, again, look how close it was. Joe Biden just barely carried it. Donald Trump just barely carried it 4 years before that. That's the way it tends to end up. So we'll watch as that plays out. Here's something we do want to look at, is Lehigh County. Only 20% of the vote in here. If there is an impact from the Donald Trump Madison Square Garden event, where so many insults were made about Puerto Ricans and about Mexicans and about Latino and Hispanic Americans, if you're going to see an impact, this is one of the places you might see it.
Would have been
right
quicker
here.
just to say
And that's
who
why both
wasn't
Trump and
offended
Harris
if it
went to
chose
Allentown
that.
in the final days of the campaign to try to take advantage of it. We're only at 20% right there. But again, you're doing this for context. 62% for the vice president. You go back in time to Lehigh County 2020, 53%. If the vice president can overperform Joe Biden in Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, she's in good shape. So we watch that as it plays out. We're only at 20% of the vote right now.
Thank you,
It would come down to it. That's only 20. It's only 20%. So then you come out more. Where else are you looking in Pennsylvania? Let's bring this up. You also had the vice president door knocking
Clinton.
in Berks
He was
County.
on Lolita
Berks County at
Express,
the
I
moment
swear.
is blue. If Berks County ends the night blue, my bet would be on Vice President Harris winning Pennsylvania. Why? Let's look at it. Let's show you where it is. Here's Philadelphia. Here's the close-in suburbs around it. And then as you drive out, what used to be farm country, now you see the homes lined up, right? People moving further out because that's the only place they can afford a home. That's places like Berks County, Pennsylvania. Half the vote counted, a little bit shy of that right now.
That's where AOC
51
was
to 48,
yesterday, Reading.
Right, let's go back in time.
Large Puerto Rican American
That was a
population.
53% county for Donald Trump in 2020 when he lost Pennsylvania, and it was a 53% county in 2016 when he won Pennsylvania. So if you're the vice president of the United States, you're keeping an eye on this one. If you can keep this blue, your chances to win the Commonwealth are improved dramatically. So spent a lot of time there over the last year. It is interesting. Found a lot of Nikki Haley voters there, a lot of Reagan Republicans who don't like Donald Trump, who were kind of tormented about voting for Trump or voting for Harris. So we'll keep an eye on that one there. Then you move out here. This is the number 2 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Allegheny County is Pittsburgh and the suburbs around it. The labor vote, the blue-collar vote, a smaller African-American population, but the urban vote Democrats need. So she's at 68% when you look at that there. You come back in time. He was at 59%.
That's where you win the hockey
so again,
vote.
We're early. Let me come back to 2024 and come out. It's 40%. So it's early. These tend to be early votes, which tend to favor Democrats more. So we want to wait and get more to see if that's contextual. At the moment, she's outpacing the President of the United States in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in some key places. We will see if that holds up. The flip side.
She's doing
Pick
well
one.
in Pennsylvania.
Cuyahoga County, along the border, northern border of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump getting 71% there. Half the vote is in. Again, this is Donald Trump's secret, just runs it up in small rural counties across America, 75%. So keep an eye on that. It's early. We're still counting votes right there. But is the Trump base turning out in the same math numbers in a place like Pennsylvania? He needs to run it up in places like this. There's Bradford again.
Want to bring into the program via phone. She is a columnist for Salon.com and the proprietor of the Uber blog Hullabaloo. Ladies and gentlemen, Heather Digby Park.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, Digby. Heather, can you hear me?
I can sure hear you. Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay.
There's the abbreviated song. So we're here with about 350 or so of some of my closest friends. And I don't know, Emma, you can characterize where we are in the evening. We're in the part of the evening where the anxiety, at least for me, is seeping in. And the idea that just days ago they were running an entire national campaign on the premise that OnlyFans owners of squirrels should be able to keep their squirrels. It's not a euphemism, it's a literal story. That seems to have fallen by the wayside, at least in my mind, and I'm a little anxious.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I am anxious too, and this is a very familiar feeling, isn't it? I mean, here we are again in one of these tight presidential races, and we're sitting here. It's that time of the evening where we're sitting there watching Steve Kornacki and watching, John King or whatever, and now I've got whole lists on Twitter and threads of people who, experts in this stuff that I'm doom scrolling it, and I'm looking at, what's the margin in Fayetteville, and all that kind of stuff, and it's nuts, because where we are is where we thought we were going to be. Now, I will admit that I had been sort of fooled into thinking that maybe I never thought it would be a landslide, of course, but I thought it might be more decisive than it was in 2020 or 2016. I thought this time maybe people will have gotten sick enough of Orange Julius Caesar that they will, actually vote in larger numbers against him. And it looks like we're at another nail biter. And it's probably going to come down to what everybody has said it was going to come down to the whole time, which was the blue wall, and maybe, pick up one or two, maybe, of the other battleground states, but maybe not. But one of the things to remember as we're watching this whole thing unfold tonight, Biden won Georgia last time by 12,000 votes. Famously, what was it, 11,980 or something? Just find me 11,000 votes. Trump only won North Carolina by 26,000 votes. Wisconsin, Biden won by 20,000 votes. So that is what this is like now. This is where we are. And, this is what we deal with, and we're not going to know right away. And then there's going to be a big stink, and Trump's going to claim, that it was stolen, and we're going to go through that whole mess. That's just the way it is in America in this era, and I'm so tired of it.
Yeah. And that's the rosy scenario, right? Where he has to claim...
that's assuming they go the right way, right? Yeah. They could go either way.
What? How much thought have you given... do you have scenarios of this is what how I'm going to orient myself if Harris wins? This is how I'm going to orient myself if Trump wins? Or is that just too difficult to contemplate at this point?
Well, you have to think about it. If you're in our business, you certainly do, because it's not like, if I didn't do this for a living, I might think, well, if Trump wins, I'll drop out and go raise chickens somewhere and forget everything. I would be tempted to just, leave the whole thing and not think about it. I'm at an age where maybe I can just eke out the rest of my life and not have to, and that'll be the end of that. But I can't do that. Obviously, it'd be probably impossible for me to do it anyway. So just as being someone who's observing politics, I'll tell you, orienting myself to a Harris win is fairly easy, I think. Right. I can sort of see the difficulties of dealing with a fractious Congress. Maybe if the Democrats don't pull off the House this time, which is entirely possible, that's also very close, and the Senate does not look very promising. We've been there before, and that's just something that perhaps we can deal with. If Trump wins again, I'm frankly terrified. And as I orient myself to that, I honestly don't know where I fit in there, because I'm a little bit scared of what's going to happen to people who do what I do. You know what I mean? Yeah. This is not I'm not in a profession where, I've said a lot of really mean things about Donald Trump over the last 20 years, So, I honestly don't know what to think about that. And I worry, obviously, for the country and for the world and for myself. What about you? What do you think about that? You must.
I do, and I'm thinking about it a little bit more.
We have some unfortunate news from Decision Desk that Harris has lost North Carolina.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
So there goes my theory, but we'll see. Indications are that she's overperforming in Georgia, swing states, and the Atlanta suburbs, but definitely not feeling as good as I was in the lead up, obviously. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is to be honest with you, I haven't spent too much time contemplating a Trump victory, because I think it's going to be pretty bleak. We'll have a couple of weeks in the event that there is a Trump victory to start to sort of determine, where we push. Part of that is a function of
I'm not
who wins
there
the
yet.
House or the Senate. No, I know.
I will be spending time on who to blame for a loss, where we're going after Liz Cheney voters. And where are they tonight? Are we seeing them at all?
What's that?
The Liz Cheney strategy. Are we seeing anything from that, or was that not about voters?
I think that's more for the Midwest, and we'll see. I still think she's in good position in Pennsylvania, but yeah, I hear you on that front.
That's what I'll be doing, is pointing the finger.
Huh?
Heather, in the event that Harris does lose, what do you think the narrative will be? I mean, I guess it's some time, but in the past we've seen the left blamed for these type of things. What do you think happens this time?
Well, I think that the narrative that comes out of this is that Donald Trump is, I don't know, a magical god from another planet or something. I mean, this is like this guy, the ability of him to continually be able to capture the imagination of these tens of millions of Americans with the most bizarre and grotesque and un-American, I mean, it's just, it's beyond my capability to sort of analyze that. How is it possible that that particular person, and I'm not just talking about, I mean, I can see how fascism can take hold in a place. You can, especially if there was a really bad economy or you were dealing with, coming out of a war that you lost, or, you can sort of understand that dynamic. I do not understand his dynamic. And the only explanation for it, I think, that we're going to end up seeing is that there is just something incredibly, magical about him, and that these people are, in his thrall. He is got a certain kind of charisma as a cult leader that I don't think we've ever seen before. No, we've never seen it before with a country as powerful as the United States, and the world leader. That's never happened before. So we're in kind of an historical moment, and not just kind of, we are definitely in an historical moment. If we're not able to beat this back this time, if he was able to come back from his defeat and come back by absolutely perpetrating this big lie of his that he actually won last time and convincing tens of millions of Americans that actually happened, I think we're in, and when you combine that with the disinformation and Elon Musk and his being the richest man in the world and pulling a lot of strings, J.D. Vance waiting in the wings. I mean, I don't think there's any precedent for this, and I don't honestly know how we can sort of fit it into any box of normal politics at all. I think we're in some kind of a completely different mode of interpretation of what's happened. It's terrifying. And to be honest with you, like you asked me, have I oriented myself to this? I mean, I've thought about what it would be like, and I've written a lot about Trump's plans for the future and Project 2025 and J.D. Vance and his weird vision with all the tech bros and all this stuff. I mean, we sort of know, we have an outline of what they plan to do and what they might do, but I hadn't really contemplated, in reality, what that actually would mean, the deeper meaning of it, and how the United States and how our culture, what that says about us, and it's truly mystifying to me. And I think we're in a totally uncharted territory if he manages to pull this off. And I shouldn't be thinking that, right? I mean, all the polls said it was tied. Why didn't I believe it? Why am I sitting here, having this sort of sinking feeling
Heather,
the way that I am?
We'll see. Like, I'm trying not to, because late deciders are reportedly breaking for Harris by double digits. So the red mirage situation could be very much like more, pronounced at this time. But obviously, North Carolina being called that early for Trump is like a huge gut punch.
I was listening, I listened to the AP. I think people know this. I'll listen to...
Although I'm going to say Decision Desk is the only outlet that's calling North Carolina. I just want to put that out there because people are saying that there's still only 54% of the expected vote has been counted in North Carolina. The New York Times isn't calling it.
My co-blogger who lives in North Carolina, he was a delegate to the Democratic convention, Tom Sullivan, and he's a big activist down there. He says there's no way that they could possibly know that yet.
There we go.
He says the big blue North Carolina counties still are unreported. He says that's not.
All right, Decision Desk, very preemptive. We'll see.
Yeah, so fingers crossed, maybe it's not actually happening. Or at least we can say maybe the earliness of it isn't significant in some way. If it does end up that that he wins it, which wouldn't surprise me. I mean, how could anybody be surprised? But maybe it's not so obvious, you know. Just
yeah,
a big,
not
you
so
know.
decisive. But I was saying, you know, I think I've mentioned on the show probably ad nauseum, I like to listen to the AP radio at the top of the hour, bottom of the hour to hear the news. Last night I was listening to it. The amount of time dedicated to the idea that, this was last night, that tomorrow is the presidential election was less than a story about a dolphin
Oh my God.
that was on the beach in New Jersey and like weirdly carved up. Now, I love dolphins. It's weird that a dolphin would be carved up on a beach. It could have been Kennedy. But the idea that and honestly, you couldn't tell a single thing about the candidates by their report. It was just, there are two candidates. They both sounded normal with the clip that they played.
Yeah.
And that's the way a lot of people get their news. The dolphin story is a little bit more prominent in terms of time than the election that's taking place tomorrow. And on some level, that's indicative of a dynamic we have in our media. Like
Yep.
And
well, and the sane washing, which we've seen as, you know, just constantly. I would say that there are two media stories that are playing into the fact that this is as close as it is. One is the utter, you know, irresponsibility in the way they've reported economic news over the last year, and just kind of ignoring anything that showed up as potentially positive. And the second thing is just the way that they've been treating Trump more or less as a normal candidate. He's been normalized to the point where this craziness, I mean, this is the part that has me just, you know, completely beside myself. The idea that this man is, I mean, he's much worse than he was before, and that's saying something.
New York State, no surprise, but it's nice.
And Angela also Brooks has defeated Larry Hogan.
Yes.
So the Democrats will retain that Senate seat. Also Brooks beat Hogan. And Hogan tried to position himself as a moderate Republican. So, you know, that's...
Yeah, they don't exist.
That's some decent news. Right, exactly.
Yeah, they don't exist. That's dead. And, you know, I mean, that's another thing to contemplate here is, you know, the Republican Party has gone, you know, it is now full fascist. And I don't think there's any doubt about that. And whether or not Harris pulls it off today or in the next day or two, or whether or not Trump does, that doesn't change. That doesn't change. The Republican Party is now full fascist, and we're going to be dealing with that for a very long time to come, I'm afraid. They're not going to revert back to Larry Hogan's party. Yeah, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing I think that's going to be interesting. I mean, it depends, obviously, if Donald Trump wins, it's a much different party than if he loses. If he loses, what does the way that he loses dictate what happens to that party? Or is there will there be a fight, or will it just be a rump party? What will happen?
That's a good question. I mean, my suspicion is it'll be a rump party, but the fact that this is close means that, you know, regardless of what happens, but if he loses and it's close, I think we're in for another cycle or two of this before anything sort of becomes obvious, you know, about how, I mean, I think the old party's gone. What does the new party become after Trump if he loses? The fact that it's close, I think it's just, you know, then you've got J.D. Vance, you've got Ron DeSantis down in Florida, who, granted, you know, had a terrible primary, but nonetheless, he just won something very substantial down there by, you know, the way that he was able to, he spent tens of millions of Florida money to defeat the abortion, you know, ballot initiative. And it won by 57% in a normal state, but because they've made it that, you know, it has to be 60% down there, it lost, as did the cannabis initiative. he is the prototype of the new fascist leader post-Trump.
In
And he
heels.
remains that.
Yeah.
You know, so I think that's where you're going to see it go. Now, whether or not, you know, they're not going to give up on this. I mean, they're not going to, it's not like they're going to go back and just say, well, you know, but let's do an autopsy and figure out where we went wrong, and then we'll adjust, and maybe we'll be less extreme going forward. I don't see that happening at all. You know, whether there'll be a fight within the party as to who gets to lead it, I'm sure J.D. Vance and Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott and, you know, all the rest of these weirdos are going to be, you know, jockeying for position, whatever happens. But they're not going anywhere, not yet. I mean, I had thought maybe if there was a decisive defeat, and maybe there would be some moments of maybe some of the voters and maybe some of the, you know, slightly less insane elected officials in the party would start to say, you know, geez, maybe we ought to, you know, rethink this. That's not going to happen. That won't happen with it being this close.
So
they're going to. Yeah.
Well, at least maybe Seltzer was onto something. Harris is up in Iowa with the 19%.
Yes.
I mean,
I
we'll
love
see.
it. I've been waiting to see that one. I've been waiting to see if that happens.
Yeah, so 19% reporting, I mean, that's not insignificant.
In Polk County.
No. Before it said 19%.
Sorry,
reporting.
just here.
But
19 or
19? 19.
Oh, okay,
19. I know,
19.
that's why I'm hedging, but yeah. I mean, if Polk County 83% is reporting, this is confusing without the audio.
Shout out to the person knitting in the front row, who I fucking love, like taking everything with stride. What are you knitting?
A sock.
A sock. Oh, I thought it was like an IUD or something in the future Trump administration. Hell yeah. A blue sock or like a scarf for a cat. Like under a J.D. Vance vice presidency, can you only have one cat? Like one cat per woman.
I don't think you can have any.
5 children
No cat.
minimum.
Good job elevating the mood, Francesca. Yeah.
Heather, how are you going to spend the rest of the night?
Oh, I'll be doing what I always do. I'll be doom scrolling. I'll be switching back and forth on TV, watching, you know, Steve Kornacki. I mean, I remember in 2020, I was up at 4 in the morning waiting for the Waukesha returns. So, yeah, I'll be doing that. And I've got to write my piece for Salon for tomorrow morning, and I have no idea what I'm going to say because I really don't know where we're at. At least in 2016, I had written the, you know, Hillary won the first woman president. I'd written that piece, and I was so happy, and I had to tear that baby up and write something completely different. So, you know, I have no idea at this point what I'm going to write.
What are you drinking while you decide what to write?
Well, I might have had a little shot of tequila. I might have had just one. Maybe I'll have two.
Yeah, Heather.
Digby does shots.
Of course I do. My God, I'm from California.
Now, are there people around you? Is there family? Is there a pet that joins you?
Yes, I have 2 cats. I am a childless cat lady, I will have you know, and proud of it. And and I also have a childless cat husband. And so we're sitting here, my husband, my cats, and I, and we're taking a little nip as needed, and just trying to get through the night.
Good.
All right, well, Nate Cohn does point out, apparently, look, like we have more data from Georgia and North Carolina than we do from the 3 states that she needs to win to be victorious. Michigan, Pennsylvania,
point, yeah.
and Wisconsin. I'm stealing it from Cohn, but Pennsylvania looks good right now, so we'll see.
Yeah.
But
and you still got all those kids standing in line. I mean, those lines outside in Lehigh and in Philly, they're all around the block, and they're not going anywhere. They're going to be there until midnight voting if they all those university kids. And I think we have a pretty good idea who they're voting for, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, well, Heather.
All right.
I hope the next time we speak, we're happy.
Yes. Yes, I do too. Or at least, not suicidal. That's the most important thing. I mean, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll all be fine. Everything will be fine.
We'll all be fine.
But yes, keep the faith because honestly, this is exactly what's been happening. So, we made 2016 that, remember, Donald Trump and the Republicans haven't really won an election since 2016. So they're not going to win this one either, all right? It's
Thanks,
just too
Heather.
damn close for comfort.
All right, Heather, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate
My
it.
pleasure. Hey, hang in there, guys. Hang in.
Probably a good time to remind you that this stream is sponsored by sunsetlakesabade.com.
New York, give up.
Great way to help yourself relax.
Toilet. Poop. Meow, 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 I'm a Nazi. Meow, 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 I'm a Nazi.
If you use the code Left is Best tonight, one night only, you will not only get 20% off of their tinctures, their smokables, their gummies, their fudge, their salves and their lotions, even their merchandise. You'll get 20% off with Left is Best, but sunsetlakesabade.com will donate $5 to UNRWA, which is the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine. The donations will be split between Gaza and the Lebanon Emergency Appeal Funds. sunsetlakesabade.com. They're great movement partners. They got great business practices, great farming practices, pesticide-free, regenerative farming. sunsetlakesabade.com. Use the code Left is Best, all one word. Save 20%. Raise money for Palestine and Lebanese families in need. Also, a reminder, tonight sponsored by JustCoffee.coop. They're out of Madison, Wisconsin. Fair trade coffee, hot chocolate. They got all sorts of different blends. They're a B corporation, which means that they actually have good values. They treat their workers right. Well, they're all owners. It's a co-op, and they treat their suppliers. And you can actually see on the back of the packages, you can trace where your coffee's from and who's getting paid what along the entire supply chain. JustCoffee.coop. Any updates, Emma?
Not really. I mean, the reality of the race right now is that it's not the blowout that we could have, anticipated or should have been. But in Pennsylvania, I'm looking at Delaware County, which is massive, and only 4% of the results are in around Philadelphia. In the Philadelphia County, only 22% are in. All these suburbs of Philadelphia is where she needs to drive up numbers. And even with 33% reporting, she's up by 8 points. And so, you have a lot of these redder, less populous counties. Some of them don't have a ton of reporting, but we only have 33% in, so we'll see. And a lot of people are criticizing Decision Desk's decision to call North Carolina for Harris preemptively. It could still go, for Trump preemptively. It could still go for Trump still, but we just don't know at this point.
All right, we'll take a question in a moment. We got somebody, I hope this doesn't get too contested. Do we have them on ping?
Is it easy to do?
Honey,
Yeah, it's easy. Yeah.
if you're a professional.
It to myself.
Oh, no, you can forget about that.
I got to go to the salon.
All right. I'm back, which means you're gone.
I'm gonna get my.
You can bleach your skin though.
I'm gonna bleach my
accidentally,
butthole too.
Yeah.
Tim,
Bleach it all. Bleach your entire
Tim,
body.
when Trump wins, I'm gonna have a new look. You guys are gonna get blown away by my new. I'm gonna do one of those big reveals like your boy does. That
Tim?
hard rocker guy.
Which guy is this?
Guy with the albino snake and bald head.
Oh, Joey. Whatever the hell is that guy's name? Yeah. Yeah, build it up, and then come up.
We'll have a big reveal.
The new look's coming. The new look's coming.
The new look's gonna
The week
drop
comes off.
Thursday.
Check 1, 2, Tim. Tim Heidecker.
I'm gonna do something.
You're blonde.
No, but if I
blonde.
bleach it blonde, I want to go like
Blonde.
Warhol blonde.
Oh yeah, I like it.
Oh, Warhol, yeah.
All right. I can't
Hey,
keep
Doug,
looking
you're
at this
a great
guy.
Tim, we love you, man.
I love
The
you,
audience loves you. Vic, we love you.
No,
Matt,
we love you.
Tim, we're seeing a new side of
What did you do?
this
Get
show.
on a,
The
like,
audience loves it. We want more. We want it every day.
Tim,
You hear that? What about every
We want
night? What if we did it
like
at night?
Howard, baby.
Oh, we're apparently on Majority Report.
All right, well, patch me in.
can you hear us, Tim?
We
Hello.
want you every
Hold on,
day.
hold on.
Matt just let
Stand
that.
by, everybody at the Bell House. It's Tim Heidecker here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Are you hearing us out there? Sam Cedar? Emma?
Yeah.
We're apparently on.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. They're hearing us.
Hello.
Can you hear us, Tim?
I can't hear them.
Tim.
Oh, well, let's just move on then.
Anybody
Everybody at the Bell House. It's Tim Heidecker
Whoa.
here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Whoa.
What's going on?
What the?
Anybody there?
They're trying to get. We're trying to get their audio.
Does anybody want coffee?
It's like
Ooh, I like that middle
The
one.
little one,
Tim,
right?
can you hear us now?
Is that the coverage?
Tim, hello. Tim, hello.
Oh, there they are.
Wow.
Whoa, look at that. They have,
That was
servants.
real?
Damn
That's
servants.
amazing.
Hey, Tim.
I can see them, but I can't hear them.
Oh, still?
Oh, my God.
Hello, Tim.
Cut the stream.
What are you doing? Are you doing some type of coverage? There's no.
Oh, there they are.
Wow.
Whoa, look at that. They have,
That was real?
Damn
That's
servants.
amazing.
Wait, we can hear
You guys are at the Bell House?
Yeah.
Oh, they can hear us. Look, you see that mute? There's a mute button. There's
Maybe if
pressed.
Sam uses words, we could hear him. You should see what's going on in this control room. Uh-oh,
Chaos.
door's closing.
I thought this was a pit.
Me too.
Well,
Oh,
Sam, just be a professional and vamp while we figure it out.
People paid tickets.
They paid money to be there. I can't hear you.
Entertain them.
I can see your frustration, okay? I can see your frustration, and I can see you losing the crowd. But I can't hear you, so I just need you to vamp. Emma,
you saying
can you
I'm getting
sort of
emotional?
just wrangle this in?
I'm
Because
getting emotional?
it's not on me.
They're
Am
gonna
I
start
getting too
leaving like a
emotional?
Trump
Am I
rep.
spiraling?
He's ranting and
Am I
raving
spiraling, Tim?
Teething. I think we're bailing. I think that's that.
Is that what I'm doing?
Yeah,
Am I
well, good luck.
spiraling?
And by the way, Sam, I did 6 nights at the.
Good. Good. Yeah. All right. That's what I'm talking about.
Sorry, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tim Heidecker. Apparently, all the big money this guy has can't get a studio that works. Amazing.
All right. What's CNN got right now?
Let's head over to Kornacki. Okay. Let's see the Kornacki King.
So, a little bit more positive news out of Pennsylvania, by the way. Harris seems to be all but holding Biden's margins in the state, but I'm very cautious about giving positive updates outside of that because of how the night has gone so far. And, like, we told ourselves rationally that this was probably how it was going to go, and yet as I'm sitting here, I feel like I'm going to pass out. So, we're all good. We're all in it together. 27% in Wisconsin. Kamala Harris has a good lead so far, but Wisconsin will take a little while.
All right, maybe we should do some questions
Yes, good
from
idea.
the audience. Let's start. I don't know if that microphone is on. Brian, can we get that mic on? Let's just start with, well, Eli wants to know what the letters mean. And is that a joke?
Check.
Oh, okay. Beautiful. We should say the Jazz Daredevil Whiskey Highball is available right at the bar over there. Be careful. Be careful. Matt's dad wants to know if the can was old, and if the question is, if he gets poisoned, do we sue me or John Benjamin? Obviously, you go for the deep pockets. Let's see what we got here for questions. So the idea was that we were going to have you walk up to the thing. Here we go. Shanita in section C. Come on up to the microphone. Or maybe Brian will head over there. Red sweatshirt, white polo. We wouldn't be able to see the polo. What's your name? Where are you talking from?
Hi there, I'm Shanita. Brooklyn, Gowanus Canal. I live right in
Where are you coming from?
Brooklyn, right here.
Brooklyn.
What's up? And firstly, thank you for talking about Hind Rajab, New York 10 Neighbors. That was a message that I sent. We're a group of about 2,500 neighbors, New York 10 neighbors, that want to go and support a candidate against Dan Goldman in the future.
Oh, yes, please.
So
I want to know that because of your IM, I wrote in Hind Rajab instead of Dan Goldman.
Woo! Thank you. And I also wanted to ask you if what do you think about Zoran running for the mayoral candidate? What do you think about that?
I mean, we should just say that she's talking about a DSA member from Queens. If you have not been following the news, turns out Eric Adams has a little corruption problem. I think we just said his trial's in April. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know if there's any dynamics in the race at this point. I haven't paid that much attention to it. I've been distracted. But I worry about, one of the benefits of having ranked choice voting is that there's not going to be sort of a classic spoiler dynamic, but there's also we have, it remains to be seen, but I don't really know enough about the race at this point, but I'm encouraged by him jumping in early and trying to build momentum. I mean, outside of that, I can't pretend like I've spent that much time thinking about it.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
No, and I saw a little of the platform. It seems encouraging. I think I worry, about that vote splitting. But as Sam says, the ranked choice voting kind of eliminates that a bit. And it's good that it appears as though there's going to be a wide field. But it's almost a bit of a silver lining of Kathy Hochul not forcing Eric Adams out, because it doesn't put Jumaane Williams in this pole position, even though, he's a good Democrat, but it allows for a more robust debate. So, like Sam, I've been a little focused on the federal races, but I'm excited to see what this New York mayoral race portends.
Woo! Thank you.
Appreciate the question. What's that?
I couldn't hear any.
That's right. Let's
see if I have.
Something about pizza?
You're about to be.
because you guys are grifters.
Haitians are eating cats and dogs.
Do you dumb?
Sabede. Sabede.
It's here somewhere. I'm trying to find it.
I'm staying
Every-
in the race.
Give us pizza or give us death. New York City is nothing without pizza. New York City is nothing without pizza.
Okay.
Significant, obviously, amount of
Fulton
same-day
is
vote
Georgia's
to come
most
in. And you
populous
just saw,
county.
if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in, and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this, Douglas, Cobb County. We also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County again. Take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. And Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82% more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast-growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time around, down to 24. So, again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And finally, we close out on this. We're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night as, look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in his big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Fascinating and so down to the wire. All right, we are coming up on a poll closing at 10 p.m. We're just about under 10 seconds now until 10 p.m. closings
10 o'clock
in some
already.
very interesting states. Let's have a look at the presidential race. NBC News projecting in the presidential race in the great state, the swing state of Nevada. It is too early to call.
That's not a
NBC
projection.
News projecting a winner in the presidential race in
Projection
Utah.
in
Donald
Nevada
Trump
is
projected
too
to
early
win the
to call.
presidential
It's not a
race in Utah. NBC News also projecting a winner in the presidential race in Montana. So Nevada, too early to call. Trump win in Utah. Trump win in Montana. Looking back at the battleground states that we're still awaiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Wisconsin, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Michigan, sing it with me now, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In North Carolina, it is too early to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And in Arizona, it is too early to call between the two presidential contenders. Let's look at Senate races right now, including in some of the states that have just closed with 10 p.m. Eastern time poll closings. Looking at the Senate race in Montana, incumbent Democratic U.S. Senator John Tester facing a challenge from Republican Tim Sheehy. That is too early to call. In the Nevada Senate race, where incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen is facing a challenge from Republican Sam Brown, that is too early to call. In the Utah Senate race, this is also considered to be too early to call. Let's look at some calls from Senate races from the 9 p.m. poll closings in New York State. NBC News can project that Democratic incumbent Senator
Where did
Kirsten
she even
Gillibrand
go to?
will
Like,
be
she just
returning to the
disappeared
Senate
off the
for
face of the
another
planet.
term. NBC News can also project a winner in the North Dakota Senate race, where incumbent Republican Kevin Cramer will be returning to the Senate from North Dakota. NBC News can also project a winner in the Senate race in Mississippi, where incumbent Republican Roger Wicker will be returning to the U.S. Senate from Mississippi. This is the status of the United States Senate at this hour.
Senator
Again,
Jim Justice in West Virginia.
44 seats held by Republicans. That includes one net gain
Check
seat.
out Senator Justice coming on right after Walker, Texas Ranger on the USA Network.
By independent Joe Manchin. Democrats sitting at 34 seats right now. There are still 22 uncalled U.S. Senate seats at this hour. Whew.
There's not much else to say. Put it back up there, dude.
Those graphics are insane. Why are they like that? There's numbers in the fountain in front of the White House. What? Why?
I just feel like maybe the lag we're seeing right now is because George W. Bush didn't endorse Kamala Harris in time. Anyone else? Oh, no? You don't think another war criminal on Kamala Harris's ticket would help? I just feel like...
Sorry. Right now in Ohio, 70% in. Sherrod Brown is down by almost 6 points.
That's awful.
It is too early to call as opposed to too close to call.
That's good. I like that.
Too close to call is better than too early to call.
Okay.
You don't like that.
Accepted, but it sounds better too early to call. Thank you, drunk man.
Only 35% of votes in from Cleveland.
What's that, in Ohio?
Come on, Cleveland. Rocks. Come on.
I'm seeing 70%.
In Cleveland, though, not
in Cleveland.
So 57% of Florida voters voted for the abortion thing, and so we leave it up to the states. That means they
55.
lose.
When did they reform how the ballot measures was going to work?
In the aughts.
And it didn't pass by
Okay.
60%.
What's that?
What I heard is that when they passed the thing saying they need to pass by 60%, that itself did not pass by 60%.
Yeah. Well, that's why they did it. It was too easy for things like that to pass, apparently. Let's play a little bit of this. I'm going to run to the...
Hey, I got a question for... Oh, you have to go. Oh, okay, I'll ask you a question when you come back. Oh, let's vamp.
All right, let's riff. Thank you, R.M. Brown.
Oh, by the way, John Idarola says hi.
Hi to John Idarola.
He
a friend
misses
of
you and he
mine.
loves you. We
Love
still love
John.
John, right?
So this is just, again, for my own sanity as well as just hopium, as they say. But the blue wall is really what Harris does need to win the presidency. Although if Moreno wins in Ohio, that's a huge issue for the Democrats. But Harris is still up by 4 points with 35% in Pennsylvania in. She's up by 8 in Michigan with 13% in. She's up by 4 in Wisconsin with 29% in. If she wins those 3, she wins the presidency. That is a good result, but I'm disappointed in what I'm seeing out of Ohio and the fact that Texas and Florida were that quickly called. So it's definitely not the theory that some of us were floating as of right now. We'll see. Some of us, aka myself, but we'll see with late deciders.
But here, I mean, props to Emma for taking the swing. You gotta swing, y'all. You can't hit the balls you're not swinging at. So I appreciate it.
I don't have Alan Lichtman's 13 keys or whatever.
But you guys see, Sam this morning was like, Emma go first. You know what I'm saying? Emma had to go first. Emma had to say what her predictions were, and then Sam was like, okay,
Traps abound.
Maybe.
Traps abound. All right, so I guess, so it's 10 p.m. We're going to continue getting results in 11.
Feels like the afternoon.
11 p.m. Yeah, I'm just going to tell you what time it is. 11 p.m. we have California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. California is obviously going to could be a big electoral vote total for Harris, and then Hawaii and Alaska. But
I feel like you guys are not like giving California its due. Like, anyone else from Cali? No, 2 people. Fuck all y'all. Dodgers, fuck yeah! I'm just kidding. Oh! Okay. I don't even like the Dodgers. Okay. I'm from San Francisco, so Giants number 1. Mets number 2. Yankees. They're not.
We don't have to discuss it.
We don't have to discuss it. All right.
All right, I'm sorry. That's Emma's territory that I tread on ever so lightly.
No, tread all over it. So we're still out on all of these swing districts that I'm trying to update you guys about in real time. Nicole Malio stock tips, as coined by George Santos, has won re-election in New York's 11th district. We're going to be watching out for some bellwether New York districts, including New York 17, right, with Lawler versus Mondale Jones. New York's 19th, Molinaro and Josh
How's
Riley.
Anna
but we
Paulina
don't have
Luna
enough-
doing?
We don't have enough information on that front yet.
Okay.
What about Pat Ryan? Do we have anything from there?
Not so far. I'm going to have to go to the New York Times, unfortunately. New York 3.
Whoa!
So polls have closed in Nevada. We'll be getting some more information on that front.
I know so many Californians who went out to Nevada, went out to Arizona, knocked doors.
Good.
Awesome organizations like Seed the Vote who are doing great work. Yes, shout out to Seed the Vote if you're watching.
I'm seeing
We
that
love
Luna
you.
won, by the way. I'm pretty sure.
What'd you
Anna
say?
Paulina Luna, I'm pretty sure she won. I'm seeing that she won.
Say it again.
That Luna race?
Oh, okay.
Anna Paulina, AK-47, fucking dude.
And for the YouTube viewers, we will be switching over to a new stream in 20 minutes, so look out for that.
YouTube, new stream in 20 minutes.
Wait, what do I have? Do I have to do anything?
No, just sit here.
Everybody subscribe to the Bituation Room now that we're in a lull. Now that we're in a lull, give my podcast a little love.
All right. Okay. So the good news, this was expected, but the Associated Press has called the passage of the Equal Rights Amendment here in New York State. That's good. Michigan results thus far, Slotkin is, and this should be expected given Harris's association with the genocide in Gaza. Slotkin's up by 5 and Harris is up by only 3, so she's trailing Slotkin a bit, but still kind of looking good so far in Michigan. I'm very surprised by and bummed out by what's happening in Ohio with Morena being up by 4 at this point, but we'll see. We'll see.
Anything out of Nebraska?
My Osborne heads are not optimistic at this point. Looks like he did pretty well in rural areas, but in urban areas among the overly educated like myself, not turning out as much for Osborne as you'd want him to, so that's disappointing.
I think the problem is you read too many books, man. That's like...
Some people are too educated.
Okay.
Let's hear what
point,
Kornacki has to say about
if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch in Maricopa County. If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona. This is his starting point now in Maricopa. Also, the other big population center in Arizona, this is Pima County, where Tucson is. This is the more Democratic of the two big counties here. Again, basically the same deal. You've got this initial batch here that's half the vote. Again, Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight, and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results just because of that pace, where once a night you'll kind of get updates from these counties. So the question here, obviously, is if somebody gets a clear advantage, this is the statewide number right now. Half the vote has been counted out. We'll see in the coming hours if there's clear separation between these candidates at all. Otherwise, it could take some time there in Arizona. I want to return to Pennsylvania because I think we've got a pretty big development here in part of the story we've been following all night. We have been flagging Lackawanna County, big one, where Scranton is, heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, a very contested region here politically. And the question has been, what would this land at? And you're now basically looking at it. This is probably it in Lackawanna County. And Kamala Harris is going to, this is where Scranton is. Kamala Harris, you see, winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember, we were using this as a gauge because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8.5 points, won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost this only by about 3.5 points, 3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state. This was a losing combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1 points, his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the 2016 margin. This was one of our key questions in Pennsylvania tonight. Would Donald Trump get back to his 2016 level in a big blue-collar county like this? Because there are a lot of big blue-collar counties like this throughout the contested northern tier of the battleground. This I'm flagging for you because we said it at the start of the night. We'd use this as a bellwether also because this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here. So that's what it lands at right there. That was the question we asked. We now have an answer. Luzerne County, another biggie.
No
Again,
joke,
this is
for real,
all
big
blue-collar counties, northeast Pennsylvania.
And he's not wearing
slowly
khakis.
getting that same
So
day,
you
that
don't
election
ogle
day
him,
vote counted
okay?
up. Trump's lead now
It's
is
not
11
okay.
points. This is where
Objectification of men is
Wilkes-Barre,
real.
Pennsylvania is. He needs to hit this number and probably surpass it. So keep an eye as this remaining vote comes in. But like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here. We got half the vote in. And you see, Harris is going to win this thing in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been the margin. Because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016, Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And a reason he lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was Donald Trump performed a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts of the city. So the question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81-18, essentially, in 2020. And right now, it's 79-20. The key is this, as they count up, I keep saying the same day vote. I'm saying that because we know the same day vote is favoring the Republicans a bit. So when I say they're tallying up the same day, there's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots. And we expect at about midnight that they're going to release that second batch of vote-by-mail ballots. So as we get closer there, we're going to follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it. That would be fantastic news for him if he does that. But at about midnight, a very big batch of what are going to be very Democratic-friendly votes are going to come in. And so that may answer or really get us close to an answer on this other key question we're asking in Pennsylvania. Are the Democrats able to hold what they have in Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because again, this is a county where the Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and see. Oh, I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total, and I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there's one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania's in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition, right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Iowa.
So Democrats.
What was the, who called it?
NBC just called it for Trump. So it turns out that the Seltzer may have been an outlier.
It's always possible.
All right, YouTube, look out. We are changing the streams over.
Yay.
We're changing the stream on YouTube.
All right, well, good news is Democrats are doing well in New York, which is the opposite of what we thought was happening. They're leading in 5 of the 7 congressional swing districts, so. And in Pennsylvania, less than half of Philadelphia and very little of the Philadelphia suburbs have been counted. So I'm trying not to freak out, yeah.
Sorry.
Let's take some questions, shall we?
Let's go.
Brian, are you there? Tyler. Great.
New York City is nothing without pizza.
Tyler, where are you? Ty. Oh, Ty. Hello?
Hi. Hello.
Ty.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
How's it
Ty,
going?
where are you from?
Hi, I'm Tyler from Long Island.
From Long Island.
Yeah, Nassau County.
Nassau
Franklin
County.
Square.
All right. Question?
Well, I work for the post office. I'm a mail carrier.
Whoa!
I feel like my question's not relevant for the whole, election. But we're relevant for...
You don't have to justify it. You could just tell us. Just the question.
I'm sorry. It's just like sort of tentative agreement.
We should just tell people that there's a city mail carriers, or these are...
So I'm part of the city mail carriers.
And you guys have a tentative agreement.
Yeah.
Through your union. There are 2 postal unions in the country. And one just came to a tentative agreement. And what's your question?
So I was just asking, we don't have, a position in the public. I'm sorry.
No, don't worry. You're doing great.
No, I'm not. Okay. So, the private sector, we're supposed to have equal pay. And I was just asking how we can get, better...
support from the public.
Yes.
I think, it's a function of leadership on some level as to how much they make the case to the public.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up, wait. I was wondering. I thought that was a strong response.
You're about to.
Because you guys are grifters.
We knew Cruz won a while ago, right?
What's that?
Didn't we know Cruz won a while ago?
No, I didn't.
Okay, but for your question, you're saying how do you get the public on board with your fight for better pay and pay equity? That's the question?
Yeah, but with equal with UPS.
I think there's some real questions about. I mean, I've heard from a lot of postal workers that union leadership is not great.
Yes.
I don't know, but that's what I've heard from a lot of our listeners. And
I'm hoping you can talk to fellow carriers like Tyler.
Yeah, I think we're
and
going
Corey.
to. We're going to have some people.
I know.
on.
I know you said so. I'm sorry.
No, that's no. But I think one of the ways to get the public is for them to do media and for reform movement in the postal in that union.
Yeah.
Where leadership is more aggressive about getting the public behind them.
And I'm trying my best on Long Island in my own post office. They're pretty good for me in my own office, and my management's really nice. But I know because I worked as a CCA.
Yeah.
And CCA it's a second tier, and we have 2 tables in our union, and it's rough for the second table.
I've heard there's some problems with that, but
And they've combined it. Yeah.
I think no. I mean, look, we say talking about it in these contexts, emailing, getting on our show, other shows, it's a big deal. But appreciate it. Thank you, Ty. Thanks for coming.
Thanks so much. Well, Decision Desk, which has been kind of getting shit on tonight, rightly so, but they still have Osborne up in Nebraska. So 40% in, it's around, he's near 53% to 47% for Deb Fischer. So there's still some hope there at least, but we'll see. We'll see.
Let's go to, let's see here. Tom from Yakubia, Section C, front row.
Indeed, I am. Sam, I wanted to know what happened to that Senate race you were supposed to run, that boutique campaign in 2022 against Charles Schumer.
Senate race against Chuck Schumer?
Yeah, what the hell?
I chose not to do it to spend more time with my family.
I see.
2028's not far away, though. Thank you for the question, Tom.
Pat Ryan, Democrat, has won in New York 18.
That's great.
That's a flip, right?
No.
No.
Pat Ryan has been there for a while.
Okay.
There was he was 19 and then it turned into 18. He ran on Social Security and abortion. His opponent, Esposito, had said that the Supreme Court was right. She was the one who, she had said to a news person who was following her door knocking, nobody cares about abortion in this district. First door they knock on, guy comes out and goes, I'm really concerned about abortion.
Yeah. I confuse him with the other generic white guy named not Pat Riley, but Josh Riley. Josh Riley.
No section, but this question comes from Hulu Bulu to Matt Binder.
What?
Please speak on the correlation between Vince McMahon, the rise of WWE superstars, and storylines as it relates to Trump and his ability to captivate 50% of the American public as the greatest heel of all time. Are we about to go from attitude to ruthless aggression?
Wow, a lot of insider terms there. I mean, this is Donald Trump has that natural charisma, unfortunately, that is sort of the it factor for pro wrestlers. Doesn't matter how good of an athlete you are, or how good of a wrestler, like a legit a mat wrestler you are. If you got that it factor in wrestling, you will become a big star. Take Triple H, for example. Not the greatest in anything, really, but he's got charisma. Stone Cold Steve Austin. He was good, but not a great wrestler, but he had loads of charisma. The Rock, same thing there. I think the best example of a complete shit wrestler who just had lots of natural charisma is fucking Hulk Hogan. I mean, that's what Donald Trump has, unfortunately. He's not very good at anything. He knows nothing about politics in the same way Hulk Hogan doesn't know how to do anything but a big boot to the face and a leg drop. But, he's got that natural charisma that draws people in. And I think that's the most basic thing about it, I guess. I mean, Vince McMahon, look at everything he's going through. And you still have people who give him the props for creating the modern day pro wrestling industry. It's the same thing that you see with Donald Trump. Everything you hear about him, but they're willing to put it aside to give him the chance to make America great again, I guess. I mean, Donald Trump is, pro wrestling, I should say, is the embodiment of what we're going through right now. Yeah.
I guess that was a serious question.
Yeah. USA, yeah. Oh my God. He's gonna be Elon Musk is going to be insufferable if this does not go, if this goes the way it's looking like it may go. I don't even know.
I'm not ready to believe it.
I don't even know.
I'm not ready.
I mean, my map is just out the window now. It's just whether she wins or loses now, right? I mean...
Well, I guess the question also is what is the value of the ground game? Was there an overestimation of the ground game in 2024 when everything's online?
It's very difficult to assess.
And we're making too early proclamations, but that was part of what gave me confidence was the number of volunteers and employees she had in her ground game versus Donald Trump having basically none and outsourcing it to Elon Musk. Are those traditional metrics overestimated in a very online, information-saturated age is also a question we will be asking ourselves. No, that's not a good thing.
No, Tim Kaine just
Sorry. I'm not relaxed, obviously.
Stephanie sitting in the front row. My friends at home are saying the live feed camera on Sam and Emma is blurry. Just checked it myself and have noticed the same.
What?
Wait, what?
Well, that one's blurry, but yours is not.
Oh.
Give it a wipe.
What?
Yours is a little bit more zoomed in. Wipe that guy.
Gave the people what they wanted, huh?
Cabs don't come out too much later.
Okay, we have. I finally have some good news. Okay, Eugene Vindman, who people may remember as it relates to the first Trump impeachment. This was the frontline Virginia district. He's going to win in Virginia. We don't know by what percentage.
So this is a district, Virginia's 7th, that Spanberger won in 2020 by almost 2 points, not quite. I'm sorry, excuse me, almost a point, not quite, 0.8. So if they're calling it for Vindman, that's a pretty good sign as to what's going on in Virginia anyways.
Well, she's already won Virginia, but it just means like that is a House seat that the Democrats are going to maintain. Okay.
What is Virginia's second looking like? Do you know?
I'm going to check now.
Let's put Kanaki on here.
Typically decided within the margins here. You know, Republicans have been winning it since 2008, not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1-point swing towards Trump and a 1-point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4 of the vote in Guilford County, where Greensboro is. This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring a same-day vote. So you're really starting to see this lead that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same-day votes being counted up here, and now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there, and with more same-day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look at Douglas County. Cobb County, again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state, and this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina. I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here. If Trump gets Georgia, and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Just check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Steve, we've got a projection to make. NBC News is making a projection in the presidential race in Nebraska.
Every time Rachel Maddow tells us to stay calm,
in Nebraska,
finish your drink,
the electoral votes are allotted by congressional district. So I need to be specific here. NBC News is projecting that Donald Trump will win overall the state of Nebraska in the presidential contest. But at this point, NBC News is only comfortable attributing 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska to Donald Trump. Again, they will go congressional district by congressional district, there is still a chance here that although Trump is winning the state, that Harris may get an electoral vote or two out of the state. So we will watch 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska projected to go to Donald Trump per NBC News. Joining us now from Reno, Nevada, which is Washoe County, Nevada, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, I understand that even though we've got the polling places in Nevada closed as of 10 p.m. Eastern, closed as of more than 30 minutes ago, you still got wicked long lines there.
Yeah, there's
in
frozen
Reno.
margs up front.
Fuck yeah, dog.
Yeah,
I
the
would've
polls
got
are
you one.
closed, so why does it still sound like 4 o'clock in the
They
afternoon?
can't hear this, right?
Everyone
No,
is
they
present.
absolutely
All right,
cannot.
I can show you the line
there's
here.
frozen-
That's
This
a
is,
straight
again,
beta
the
drink,
county
and you're
sort of
happy to
county
sip it.
administration building, all the different county offices.
Thank God
are
they
here.
can't
You
hear
see the
this.
line, this line,
But
maybe
yeah.
about 30,
I feel like
40
we
minutes.
should create fake
This
drama
is one
between
of the
you and
good
I.
ones,
Just like
Rachel.
that.
The county
Let's go.
registrar
Let's go.
just gave a news update to the press, sort of talking about what lines look like after the polls
drinking
closed.
a little
There
bit
are
of
10
tequila
plus
and
sites
soda,
in the
not too
county with an hour plus
If
wait,
anyone wants
and
to
one
get him
of
a
them
drink,
is the
however,
University of
I
Nevada
had to do
Reno,
that, so
which
you
is
can all be
reporting
next
a
in line. We'll have a
3-hour
little-
wait. It is
we'll have a little next in line over
7:35
here, right?
now, 35 minutes after polls have closed.
that?
Now, here are the problems
People
that come
wanted to
with
buy
this.
you a drink.
Mail-in ballots,
Oh, no,
early
I,
voting, all of that stuff has been counted since 8 o'clock
Come
this
on.
morning. So all of that
Come
is
on,
being
Sam,
processed.
just relax.
It's going through. But in-person votes
Should
that
Sam
were
hit the
cast
vape? I
today
got
that
a
are
vape
still
here.
being cast, those cannot be counted until the last
Wait.
person in Nevada has
That's not
voted.
the-
And
is that the
we won't
Delta
know
9
any of the
Sunset Lake
data
CBD?
until the last person in Nevada has voted, which means we won't know anything.
Sam, you gotta hit the vape.
I will say
0%
this,
reporting
that
until at
the
least 3
stream
hours from
tonight,
now, because we're also hearing this is
sponsored by
happening in other places
Sunset
around
Lake
the state.
CBD.com.
Not good news if you like sleep.
I
mean,
great
And
news if you're a
sometimes
fan
it's
of
not
coffee.
strong enough.
Steve, just to be clear,
Because you guys, I've been in the toilet stall.
lines there. If we are still
Because you guys are
as said,
grifters.
at 3 hours. We're already
have
more than a half an
CBD
hour
on
past
this
when polls are supposed to close in Nevada.
you
If we're looking at
code
3 hour
left is
plus
best,
lines, just to totally underscore what you're saying,
tonight
the
only,
state will not
you will
report
not
a
only get
single
20% off
vote. They will not report
every
any
purchase,
data at all
they
until
will
the last
donate
person has
$5.
voted. So even if they've got a lot of stuff tallied, they've been working all day.
We're going to probably end up matching what they do there. To UNRWA, United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine, donations are going to be split between Gaza and Lebanon's emergency appeal funds.
Well, that's all sponsored by Russia. That's a wonderful idea, but you know, I'm not sure they're not paid for by the Russians.
The most disturbing impression that you do.
I'm not sure what you're saying. But look, you have me to thank for getting Joe Biden out the race. Okay, you're welcome, America.
Would you read this in your Nancy Pelosi voice? That bottom part there, those last two.
Again, tonight only, head over to Sunset Lake CBD.com. Use the code LEFTISBEST. I used to be a leftist. I have signs in my basement collecting dust about leftism. All one word, left is best, 20% off, and help raise money for the Russian-backed protesters of Palestine and the Lebanese families who I deeply care about, but also I live in Pacific Heights. Pacific Heights for specific whites. I'm Nancy Pelosi. Yes. Thank you.
What is Nancy doing tonight? Like, I love drinking. Wait, what is it? What's the gross thing that Ted Cruz was doing? Or grooming? What was that thing? Gooning.
He was gooning?
I will never Google this. I want you to know. Hell yeah. How's Biden doing in Fulton County? I'm so glad we have an independent media. Everyone who used to work in the Biden administration. I fucking love it. Okay, are we unmuting
Let's see,
Simone Sanders?
Go
Or
over
you're...
to CNN, Bradley.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so true story. One time I told the makeup artist at MSNBC to put more makeup on Rachel Maddow. No, specifically I was like, you could do more with her lips. And I'm not proud, but also, don't we agree? And there's someone wearing a Bituation Room t-shirt, and I fucking love you, Doug. Yeah, give it up for the Frantifa right now. Everybody listening. Thank you.
Oh!
Question? What's? Come on up. What's the question? I know you've raised your hand a bunch. What's that? Brian, can we?
Hey, where'd Brian go? Brian.
Head up to the microphone.
Oh, is this like a Maury situation? Sam, you gotta proselytize.
Sweet Emma Majority shirt.
Yeah.
Emma Majority shirt.
Woo!
I low-key.
Wait, what's your name?
Oh, Todd from Raleigh.
Todd from Raleigh. Okay.
I also brought something as like a wedding
Oh,
gift
for Emma.
Wait, let's wait till she comes.
Wait,
Yeah?
why'd you raise your hand when she's not even here?
Yeah, hold on.
I don't know. I got excited.
Hold on.
Hold on, here she comes.
She's going to be so excited about this.
Hey, yo, Emma.
Shrek is
You're about to be value-tained.
In terms of my neurological capacity,
Okay, but do you have a separate
I do
Emma?
have an actual question.
Okay, actual question.
There's been reports.
Go into the microphone a little bit more.
There's been reports of a lot of false bomb threats being called into predominantly black districts, especially in Georgia. What do you think could be the chilling effect in terms of this election, and how will that chilling effect roll over into future elections?
I mean, I would imagine it would have some, at least in this election. In future elections, maybe it can cut both ways, I think. When there's been attempts to disenfranchise voters, a lot of times that inspires people to get out and vote. But also, I'd be nervous about it.
I guess what concerns me is it's happening in predominantly. Oh, there she is. Red states. Should be less enforcement of it. Yeah. Congratulations on getting engaged and whatnot.
Shrek is Hezbollah. Shrek is Hezbollah.
Oh my God!
Whoa!
you need a tongue bath, and I'm your guy.
Wow.
Todd from Raleigh.
Shrek is Hezbollah.
Please let us win.
That's amazing.
Wait, play that again?
That's amazing.
Shrek is Hezbollah.
I think Triumph, the comic insult dog, said, this is more white people than at a Rangers game. Oh my God. Give it up.
Oh!
Yes. Yes.
I will wear it on ESPN, and thank you so much.
Did
That's
you hear the
amazing.
question? Did you want to
not.
answer?
I did not. I was hyperventilating backstage. Half joke.
Okay.
Yeah. What was the question? No?
It's okay.
Okay. All right, we're having fun.
It was at this time of the night that the mariachi band in 2016 was consoling me about the loss, but I still maintain hope. But Pennsylvania fell in that situation.
We still have the
But it wasn't as bad as Sam's interview, I think the day before. Was that...
John
95
McCain's brain tumor has emailed. Hey Sam, hey Emma, how you feeling, Bell House? Just want to remind people that no matter what happens tonight, John McCain is still dead. Rush Limbaugh is still dead. And get of all gets, Henry Alfred Kissinger still rotting in hell. Good night, everyone. Ashley, Section B.
Ashley, Section this bitch. Sorry.
Ashley is.
Ashley is getting a drink refill.
All right.
Ashley.
Come on,
All right, well, Harris does win one electoral vote, the 1st congressional district in Maine, which should have never been in question, but there you go.
Section A, standing by the bar, Teacher Brian.
Teacher Brian, here he comes. He took off his jacket for this one. He is at about a 5'9", but jazz and quite a nice mustache. Here he comes.
Thank you. 5'9" is on my dating profile, so.
Because he's not afraid, because he knows what that means. In the sack.
Teacher Brian, where are you from?
Stanford,
Stanford, Connecticut.
Sorry that you chose me. I think I'm going to bring everyone down a little bit. So I'm a teacher. I'm a government teacher. I'm a human rights teacher.
Fuck yeah.
Hope there's a lot of teachers in here, but listen, I have a lot of students who are Latino. One of my favorite students didn't speak any English her freshman year. She didn't say any words. When she got to know English, her personality came out. She's one of the most amazing kids that I've ever known. Better humor than any of us. If Trump wins, it's her family that they go after.
Yep.
And I know that we're having a great time here tonight, but I'm thinking of her. And I'm thinking of all my students like her. That's not really related to my question. My question is, I guess it is about my
humble brag about being a public servant or whatever.
Well, so what are we doing about the young men?
Yeah.
Because 2 years ago, I was fighting the fight. They love Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
They love these fucking assholes. Sorry. What do we do? I mean, these are students who are voting for Trump. They come in, they're waving the Trump flag. We did a little mock election, and 600 kids voted, and Kamala Harris in Stanford, Connecticut, won by 12 or 15 votes.
Okay.
But
Not enough.
not good.
And it's the
How do we-
the boys that you would say are most pro-Trump.
Yeah. Oh,
Well,
yeah.
He's all on Aiden Ross's stream and like all of these online I mean, I think you're exactly right.
I've told this story before, but I had this conversation with my 11-year-old son. I guess about a year ago. He says to me, he goes, "Hey, Dad, who's the most overrated singer? Who do you think is the most overrated singer?" And I was like, "I don't know, like Phil Collins." And he said,
Oh!
Totally not the point of the story. And he goes, "I think it's Taylor Swift." And I'm like, "Okay, you should talk to Emma, because Emma thinks Taylor Swift."
Oh, we're gonna have to go on Taylor Swift right now?
I said, why do you think that? And he says, and I'm surprised, because I know the music he listens to, and it's like 3 different music. One's like Jake on YouTube. I have no idea. And I'm like, "Why do you say that?" And he's like, "All her songs sound the same." And I'm like, "All right." And he says, "And she's ruining the NFL." And I'm like, "Dude."
Your son said this to you.
I'm like, "You've seen 2 football games. One was live with me, and the other was half a Patriots game. What are you talking about? He's like, when they're doing the game, all the camera always goes to her. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You've never seen a game in your life. Where'd you hear this? And he says, YouTube. And I'm like, holy shit. Like,
algorithm is fucking up Saul Cedar? Are you kidding me?
Exactly.
To the barricades, people.
I mean, it's a problem. It's a second order problem. If Trump wins, the first order becomes protecting your other student there, frankly, and her family. And like, what lengths are we going to go to protect those people? In the event that Trump loses, I think there's got to be there's always been this sort of problem broadly, the liberal left versus the right, which is the compensation structure. And I'm not even talking about actual payments, but people who make arguments in the political space on the left and liberal left, they want a certain amount of prestige and respect from their peers, and it's more academic. And the fact is, you got to go and roll around in the mud a little bit with some of the piggies. And honestly, that's the only way I think that you can get in there. And there, it's just within the psyche of the liberal left, there's not enough
Hassans.
good compensation for that.
Hassans.
Yeah, Hassan is a good example of somebody who will do it.
Well, I mean, I am interested in what the left side of the male wing of the night is thinking about this, because I do think it is.
Oh my God, I will vote for Donald Trump.
No, he seems like a cool guy, though.
Oh, super cool.
I feel like he could be an example for these young guys. I mean, I'm getting cool guy vibes right here.
Yeah.
So I feel like you could be a role model. I mean, you're kind of a role model for me already. I kind of want to look like that guy. But that's my take. So.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that you don't have a self-aggrandizement complex in which you're a public school teacher. You're not doing YouTube videos about how you work out, because you definitely work out, my guy. I can see you.
Whoa, hey.
And I'm just saying,
Whoa.
but again, you're actually committing yourself. I think it is a huge problem. I mean, this is my question: is in this electorate,
Can you get up here on stage?
Have new
Get him up
Rogan
here.
listeners been born at a fast enough rate to vote versus women who don't want their reproductive rights and their healthcare rights stripped away from them? And my calculation is with Emma, it is not fast enough. The Rogan element is not fast enough to catch up with the many women and men who are absolutely not. This is unconscionable. But the male fragility question is a question. I mean, I think it's broadly about masculinity. It's broadly about women. We got Chapel Roan out in here. We have these amazing bisexual icon or gay icons, and we're just loving it and we're living it. And I'm straight as shit, and men need that. And so it's yeah, where are those figures? Culturally, we don't always have them. We got your fucking Tony Hinchcliffes. I'm a comic, and there's a backlash that you see in stand-up comedy as well that is absolutely a reflection of the political culture, which is the anti-woke, make fun of the most vulnerable is what sells. But I don't think that is what's going to continue to sell. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I'll say this, and this is the longest response ever. Sorry?
Befriend more women.
Well, I mean, make them come. Find the clit, number one.
It doesn't
sorry.
exist.
Francesca's going blue up here. fair. I'll say this. You know, I bristle when people say that like abortion issues are not material, right? Because for someone like Francesca or for myself, they are. But beyond this election, and the returns are not what I anticipated, I thought they'd be driving up numbers better with women. The Democrats do have to reckon with the fact that they're not offering a ton materially for young men, right? And
But that's the question. What are you supposed to offer? And that's an interesting question for men. It's like, what are you supposed to offer other than here's an economic platform that won't trigger you because it deliberately targets women or people of color? Like, how are you to onboard them onto this cause?
There is this whole notion of, you know, young men in our society do have to, they have the expectation of being a breadwinner, but not necessarily the economic opportunity to do that. And I don't think it's something that can be discounted. So basically, the Democrats have to be a little bit more progressive. I was hopeful that maybe if Harris got elected, right, like she could implement those kinds of policies. But
Whoa, I don't
we'll
like that
see.
thought. If.
We'll see. It maybe. We'll
When?
see at this point. But I think it's a fair question.
I think a lot of it is economic. I mean, Lindsey Ballant posted a poll from Nevada, and maybe this is not true of the rest of the country, but families' financial situation today, better than 4 years ago, 22%, worse than 4 years ago, 48%, about the same, 29%. I think when things start crunching, then these identity aspects, that's how people understand it. Even though it's wrong, it's I'm failing as a man because I can't find a place to rent. Like, we are driving people to the screws right now economically. The economy might look better. I don't trust that. I've tried to rent recently. And I think that sort of thing is leading to all these different pathologies along all sorts of different lines.
I think it's definitely exacerbating it. And there, you know, I mentioned this the other day. Fed report that came out, I think it was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, sort of gave some big clues, if not direct responses, to the idea that the economy's numbers can look good in the context of how we've measured them in the past, but because of massive wealth inequality, it distorts those numbers in the same way that, you know, me and Bill Gates in the same room, the average guy has, whatever, $70 billion. But it's going to be a long-term project. I think younger people, hopefully, when people of the age you're talking about get closer to these guys' ages, and maybe even mine, it'll be a different context in which they're, you know, looking at YouTube or whatever it is. But for me, you know, part of it is just getting to that era.
I mean, this is the appeal of Bernie Sanders.
We'll see. You know,
but I don't know. When we're talking about young men specifically, I don't think those particular issues are on the forefront of their mind when we're talking about like the Trump supporting young guys. Like, there is a contingent of young men in this country who are literally bothered by the fact that their identity is not first and foremost.
Yeah.
Like, they are actually pissed off about it. And somehow they come across as the tough guy, like bravado type thing. And I don't get that. Like, it's just, there's a misunderstanding between like just a certain personality of type of young men in this country that is literally bothered to hear that like women or LGBTQ people or literally anyone who isn't a straight white male is being, you know, put first and foremost. And it's the most pussy-ass bullshit I've ever heard in my life. The fact that they're the ones calling people soy boys and beta males is the most ridiculous thing in my life. The fact that my identity as a straight white male is not first and foremost, I could not give a fucking shit.
Yeah.
What cuck-ass behavior that is for any of you guys out there who feel that way.
Did you
Seriously.
just say cunt-ass behavior?
Cuck-ass
Oh, okay, because
behavior.
I was about to defend.
So
I was about to defend cunt-ass behavior, but I feel you. Are you feel comfortable with all that?
Yeah, I feel that.
All right.
Good answer.
Appreciate the question.
Yes, thank
Cool guy alert.
If inequality doesn't get better, none of that's going to get better.
Adam Schiff will be the next senator from California to know.
Watermelon head?
As a Californian, fuck Adam Schiff forever.
Yeah.
Seriously though.
Kamala has won California, which it will be a big. At least the map looks a little bit better in terms of totals when we have that on the docket. So.
Let's hear what they're saying on CNN about Pennsylvania here. Now it's Georgia. Maybe head over to
Percent of the
see what
vote.
Kornacki-
Donald Trump with a.
Jennifer, Section C. Kamala T-shirt. Red mask.
Jennifer, she is a first-time question asker. She's making her way down to the front of the stage while she had to get her drink, but also make sure she is safe from all of the bacteria like COVID-19, which actually is a virus. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, so I'm a journalist and I'm a media literacy educator. So what's on my mind a lot right now is disinformation. We know it's going to flood the zone. We know that Trump has been saying for weeks, if not months, that there is no possible way he can lose. The only way he loses is if the Democrats have stolen it. This is, months before the election. So in those moments when, like right now, it's not what we had hoped, 6 out of 7 swing states for us, but there is still very much a chance that we win this. We were told for weeks now that it might take days, if not a week or two, to know the results. What I'm wondering, I have some ideas about this, but I'm wondering also what you all think about the best ways for us as a community, as well as folks who have podcasts, journalists, whatever, to challenge the disinformation that we know is about to start tonight, right?
Well,
oh gosh.
I mean, I hope we're in the position that they're attempting to spread misinformation in the context of Harris winning. I mean, that's honestly, that's the first order thing. I think my sense is that in the event that Harris wins, there is more, I think there's just more vigilance about it this time around. And without Trump having the power as the sitting president, I'm a little bit less concerned in the event that Harris wins. With that said, I worry about the idea of like a presumption and it going to something like the Supreme Court or, like I said earlier in the night. I think largely the answer for a lot of these things is organizing, developing relationships, being able to talk to people in your neighborhoods, in your towns, in your communities, and taking it seriously. I think there's, broadly speaking, there's a lot of people who don't pay attention to this stuff. And, I gave that example of the AP running the story about a dolphin.
Sure.
Again, love dolphins, but a dolphin on a beach in New Jersey does not warrant the same amount of time as tomorrow there's an election. Like, it just doesn't.
Well, right. And also, of course, horse race coverage over policy issues, always a problem. But what I'm talking about is our responsibility, both, not just those of us who have platforms in terms of journalism or podcasts, but every single one of us here, all of the listeners, what are things that we can do? And I can suggest some if you want, but that we can each do to lower the temperature, to not share and amplify disinformation, which requires air to breathe and spread?
I mean, I like to think that nobody here purposely spreads misinformation. And I think, people should take the time to, validate what they're promoting. I mean, I think in the context of our show, that's a big deal to us because the value proposition to our show, aside from opinions and interviews and whatnot, is that we actually make an effort to understand what we're talking about.
Right.
Do we make mistakes? Yes. But I was just down in West Virginia talking to Tim Pool, and the guy's espousing shit about Social Security after reading one article.
Yeah.
And he admits it to me. And I'm like, dude, this is half of what the government does. You're gonna read one fucking article and then and talk about it? I mean, it's insane to me. But
Shrek is Hezbollah.
That was supposed to be a
I mean, everyone just little applause for Sam Cedar for going to debate Tim Pool on a fucking Friday.
We should apologize to Russia. We should apologize to Russia.
But I think people need to make an effort to assess, and it's hard. I think it would be great if there was a platform that developed that was an alternative to Twitter that was sustainable, and we'll see what happens after the election one way or another. It has a critical mass, and it's turned into a shit show.
Structurally, for sure. So some suggestions, I think what you're saying is so important, and the way some of the suggestions to do that ascertaining, you want to fact check every single time. It only takes a minute to go to Google to try and find a legitimate source for the thing that you're seeing on socials, whether it's a meme, whether it's a video, whether it's a deep fake potentially.
Yeah.
Find out what the AP has said. Find out what Reuters has said. Find out what Color of
I think
Change has said.
I agree. I think, and I appreciate the comments, but I think, thank you. But the key is to, become more critical consumer of media.
Yep.
And as people project out, I'm going to put a link that actually is like a first order source. It can, won't necessarily, create an environment where more people feel obligated to do that. But appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I just mention that I feel like Matt Binder, you mentioned a little bit of how Donald Trump kind of fucked your career, fucked up shit. And Donald Trump and COVID, that bitch, fucked up my entire career and life, I had a special on MSNBC, never forget. In 2019, right? It was all about healthcare, it was on the precipice. It was long form, whatever. Then COVID happens, then it's a re-election campaign. What happens when Trump is reelected is it flattens not only our social movements to actually get shit done, but also our media landscape. And just to name how robbed we have been of the shades of blue that we all experience and support and here tonight, and you with your Kamala shirt, but also we're on a progressive leftist show, that having a fascist in power does. And so I'm just naming that dynamic as something that is, yes, deeply disempowering and enraging, and also why we, even the CPUSA, Communist Party USA, votes Kamala. This is the space we fight for, to have another day, to have more shades of blue, more wins legislatively. I don't know. Now Binder's not paying attention to me, but you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to fight for what we could have Binder. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa! Just wanted to give an update. New York's 19th congressional district. This is one that was lost in 2022. 90% in, 38,000 votes left. Josh Riley is up by 9,000 votes. It is unclear what is extant at this point. Rensselaer County has 95% in. Molinaro is winning that one. Green, Molinaro's winning big, but still 4% extant. Columbia County, Riley winning by 10 points, 5% extant. It's going to be tough. It's really going to be very, very close.
All right, well, so here's some decent news so far. Dan Osborne maintains his lead with 47% reporting in Nebraska. And if we're going to lose Sherrod Brown, and if this is the 50th vote, I would much prefer Dan Osborne versus frickin' Joe Manchin as like a true independent, but somebody who's for the working class and for unions, as opposed to for corporations like Joe Manchin.
He's good on abortion, and he's good on unions. It's like
He just doesn't want to associate himself with the National Democratic brand for obvious
Which,
reasons.
same.
But hear you. But he still has to hold on, and there's a lot of counties that are extant in Nebraska. as
Sam's
well.
pointing at Kornacki excitedly.
All right, here we go.
No, I'm sorry. I misread it. That was actually an unexcitedness.
What?
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I was going to ask a question.
Okay. Who are you? Where you come from?
My name is Michael Lawrence, and I'm from Brooklyn. I'm from Toronto, Canada, but I live in Brooklyn, New York.
What's up, Michael?
Toronto via Brooklyn. What's up, Michael?
I was wondering how you guys feel about Kamala's approach to Gaza, and specifically the fact that a lot of media organizations kind of pretend like it's not as big of a thing as it is, compared to how a lot of voters feel about it, and the fact that, the election's going how it is, the stock market's saying Trump, and I'm just curious how you feel about it all.
Unhappy, I would say. I mean,
one of the first things I'd point to.
Yeah.
We're going to have a better sense down the road how much this hurt her. I think we have always speculated that it was going to hurt her electorally.
Yeah.
As a policy matter, like, I'm much more upset about it as a policy matter electorally. If it had helped her, then I want her to win. But as a policy matter, horrible. I don't know what she could have done as vice president. But as a candidate, I think she could have done a lot more. We'll see. The theory of the case does not look particularly good right now.
I'll just say Hubert Humphrey gave his speech calling for a bombing halt in Vietnam on September 30th, and then saw a swing in the polls 20 points in his favor. Harris didn't do any of that, and we are where we are.
And to add to that, Harris, it looks like, according to Niraj Warako of the Detroit Free Press, that Harris won't win the south end of Dearborn. It's a 90+% Muslim area. Biden won with 88% of the vote 4 years ago. We anticipated that would be the case.
Yeah.
I think, the reality is that Harris is complicit, of course, in the genocide of Palestinians. I mean, Biden, though, is the driver of that policy with his multi-decade-long racist views about Palestinians, which are well documented. I think she's the best of two options with Donald Trump as it relates to that issue. But how can you make that case if she refuses to kind of break from Biden on that very topic electorally? So
Absolutely.
That's the problem is like, sorry?
Oh, that was me. I said absolutely.
Okay, the problem is just that, even if she were to be better, it doesn't really matter because we're hyper-focused on the election and we're looking at some of these gradations of like, oh, I think Phil Gordon is better than, Jake Sullivan and Antony Blinken. Most voters aren't looking at it in that same way.
Didn't Ronald Reagan stop bombing? No, didn't Ronald Reagan...
Whoa! In Lebanon.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
AIPAC has absolutely taken control of our politics.
Absolutely. That's all I'm saying. I'm a leftist, but...
No, I think people might have been... They called Ohio for Moreno. Yeah, people might have been reacting to Bernie Moreno being projected as the winner against Sherrod Brown.
They're saying Brown lost, if you didn't hear. Yeah.
That's really, I was so confident that would not happen. Well, no, I was completely wrong that Sherrod Brown would maintain that seat. So that is super concerning. And now Bob Casey's down in Pennsylvania, so
It's not looking good, folks.
Bob Casey is?
Hey, all of you shut the
Fod in section B has a question. Let's lift up the vibe. Fod, you want to ask the question?
Disgusting and probably illegal. God bless you. God bless you.
Conversations.
Fod, where you come from?
Seattle.
Seattle.
Let's do a mileage. Who's the furthest?
What is your question?
My question is, Bradley, how are you? Persian. I'm messing with him. Pendejo. Where am I gonna get asylum when Trump wins? And who's gonna pay for it?
I mean...
Should I go back west or should I go east to Europe?
West or east for asylum for Fod? Let's keep hope alive. You said let's lift up the vibe.
Exactly. That's what you're doing. That's all I'm thinking about.
Look, the blue wall states are still very much in contention, so we're doomering
Anybody
here,
flown here further away than Seattle?
There we go.
Hawaii.
Hawaii, not in the house. All right, Fod.
No,
Thanks.
seriously.
Brooklyn, you'll be safe here.
Jersey. That's what Dean Obeidallah says. Nobody's gonna look there, so I'm thinking there.
Chelsea. Massachusetts in the house.
There we go.
Ryan, this question goes out to Emma. Fun question. What's your beef with Taylor Swift? Please explain. I want to understand.
No, it's not a beef. It's just that, I feel like... Well,
Didn't mean a whole lot, did it?
Yeah. I don't understand why she has to insert herself into, political conversations about being the political kingmaker. I mean, it's quite clear it didn't make a ton of difference so far. So... sorry?
7-0. Chiefs.
Oh, yeah. in the season. Yeah, they're their best defense in the league.
Eli, section B. Oh, there we go. Eli, where are you from?
Hi. So yeah, Eli from Jersey, occasional horrible IMer. Hello. Yes, hang on, I'm gonna try being the first Jersey person to not be awful in forever. I got some notes here, hang on. Be weird to I'm just gonna move on from that. No, I just have an interesting story from working at the polls today to lighten the mood a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was probably around 9:30 this morning. I just see a woman storming out of the poll place, which is, again, run by, old retirees and, just going, these people are fucking rude. I'm never voting again. And storms out of the building. And for hours, I was like, I can't picture what caused that.
Right.
So, yeah, that's all. I wanted everyone to...
Where were you working the polls? In Jersey?
Yeah, in Maplewood, where I'm from.
Oh, no way. Maplewood, I know well.
Essex County.
Represent. Maplewood's a beautiful town. Yes, it is. And look, Andy Kim. So there's a bright spot that was never.
You have a question? Come up to the microphone.
Not a question.
What?
It's not real a question.
Speak right into the microphone if you could.
If it's a remark, you can do that too.
A mark?
A remark.
A remark. I'm looking for the mark on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a hello.
Right into the microphone. Yeah, that's great. You got to lean right into it.
I'm Meredith. I called you a couple of weeks ago.
Meredith, yeah. Where are you from?
From upstate. But
Meredith from upstate.
Yes. I called in a couple of weeks ago, and I told you that I owed you an apology for being rude to you one time, like 21 years ago. And here I am.
Wait, you were rude to me 21 years ago?
Oh! It was at the screening
All
in
right,
the East Village.
turn your mic like this so I can hear you.
It was at a screening in the East Village for, I couldn't think of the guy's name, Robert Greenwald movie.
Robert Greenwald?
Yeah, a Greenwald movie, right? Didn't he do documentaries, political documentaries?
Yeah, 21 years ago?
Yeah, it was, or 20, it was,
Approximately 20 years ago, you were rude to me at a screening.
Because you said too much.
I what?
Because I was mad at you because you said all the time.
Well, I feel like...
Don't you remember my phone call?
Just in case you didn't hear, Meredith said she was rude to me because I say too much.
Too much.
And...
So it sounds like you were asking for it.
Yeah. I will say I've been consistent.
But you promised me on the phone 2 weeks ago that you would try tonight not to say it so much.
You know what? I got to be honest with you. I have no recollection of that.
Well, I
have
can
no
tell
recollection
you,
of the first or the second incident you're referring to.
Well, but I can tell you you've done very well tonight.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. I want to stay longer to be with all you guys, but I have to go throw up. So.
Totally understand.
I'm so jealous.
Totally understand. I mean, nausea is appropriate, I think, at this point in the evening.
Well, I can give, I think, a positive update. Okay, so the Democrats have their first flip, apparently, of the evening. John Mannion in New York 22nd has won the Democrat.
Mannion was the opponent of Brandon Williams, who was the guy that Mike Johnson was asked a question by a Syracuse University journalist.
About the CHIPS Act.
About the CHIPS Act.
Yes.
Johnson said, I expect we would repeal it. And then the Republican was like, and my job is to convince Mike Johnson not to do that.
Yes.
We actually love the CHIPS Act.
So that's a good flip. I mean...
That's pretty fun.
It's strange that there was a sense that I think we had that New York and California might be difficult.
Yeah.
And that the Midwest might be easier for Democrats, and it's not working out that way whatsoever.
No, it's looking like the whole theory about pollsters hurting that I completely bought into was not correct. Right now, Trump has now, the Times just called him winning North Carolina. So it's going to come down to the blue wall states and the Sun Belt. The good news is that Harris is doing fine in the blue wall states and overperforming thus far in Arizona. I think she wins Nevada, and when I look at it and I talk it out loud, if she wins those three blue wall states, she wins the presidency, and then there's the cushion of Nevada and Arizona that we'll see. But still, it's depressing. After all of that, with the late deciders, with the frickin' Nazi rally at Madison Square Garden, for it to be this close, with abortion on the ballot, with January 6th, you know, the Democratic Party has to reckon with itself. But if you have a question, pop right up. Yeah.
I like your optimism.
Is that how that came out?
No, I'm not feeling good right now.
No, me neither.
I don't think you're. No, but I think you're. I hope I'm wrong, but I think you're dependent on the blue wall states. It's not. I don't know.
Wisconsin, because
I don't know.
Hey, what's your question?
Hi. Thank you to this young man over here who really assisted me with getting a hold of.
I'm sorry.
the
I'm sorry.
microphone.
What, say again. Right in. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you to this young man right here in the. striped-
Brian?
Yes.
Let's give it up for Brian!
Amazing. Thank you so much. So first of all, I would like to say I am a New York City public school teacher for the past
What's your
10
name?
years. LaDan. It was not a good name to have during 9/11. LOL. Anyway, Sam, I would like to thank you so much because you have been an integral part of my education about American politics. Before that, I was a shit lib. I cried when Obama got elected, like every senior in high school did back then, my age. But you have been a really significant force kind of in how I have viewed the shift in my life about what I care about, what I prioritize locally, internationally, nationally. And so I would really like to thank you for your public service, honestly.
Thank you. I mean, it's.
I've been in the toilet stall.
I'm not done yet.
Because you guys are grifters. Because you guys are grifters.
I'll wrap it up soon. So I am a history teacher. I also was an English teacher for a while. We air you all the time in my AP government and politics class. We do balance, don't get my license taken away. We do balance it out with other perspectives.
Right, of course.
Wokeness.
Not garbage, other perspectives. And so I think that, you know, I don't think you realize, I think you do, but you don't realize what an amazing public service you provide just by being so educated in so many things that matter to all of us in our daily lives. Because yes, someone might be listening to you on their podcast, but I play you for like 120 kids on a yearly basis, where you're talking about Social Security, of course, where you're talking about the affirmative action cases. The tour conferences are too boring. They're 16. They don't care about that stuff.
Shrek is Hezbollah.
But I would like to also thank you, one last thing, I'll be done soon. I would also like to thank you for being a really vocal and brave voice for Gaza. I am ethnically Iranian. I grew up in Iran. My parents are both Iranian. And so we grew up just watching what actually happens in Palestine. And when I moved to America, I thought I was going insane. Because people just are like, oh, wait, why is there a lemon tree not being grown together? Why do they have not their keys shared? And I literally thought I was going insane until it was you and Michael that I watched for the first time. And I'm sorry if my voice is breaking, but it really meant a lot to me to have people who are intelligent, who are white, who are Jewish, recognize that there is something fucked up going on there. And so, Sam, thank you so much for everything you've ever done for me personally and my students on the side. They don't know this, but I am thanking you on their behalf as well. 340 of them.
Thank you. That's very sweet. Appreciate it. Probably a good time also, as we start to get into the wee hours here, just to recognize everybody, who makes this show possible, who's made the show possible tonight. Brian helped us out. Where is he? It's been great. Kyle Dunnigan was RFK tonight. We should be bringing back John from San Antonio. But I just want to shout out everybody. Bradley. R.M. Brown. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel. Matt Binder. Doomed. Of course, Matt Leck. Check out Left Reckoning. Emma, ESPN, and Majority Report.
Shrek is Hezbollah. Shrek is Hezbollah.
Situation Room. Francesca Fiorentini. Let's. All right. We got people lined up here. Let's. I want to bring back John from San Antonio in a minute.
John.
I don't know if it's going to be pleasant.
He's okay.
I just wanted to thank Isaac and Vincent at the merch table as well for all of their help. Thank you, guys. And thank you to Julie Cedar, who could not be here tonight as well. We couldn't have done this without her.
Woo! Thank you, Julie.
Yeah, I just want to say my sister, I mentioned this on the show. My mom passed away this weekend. I think probably next week I'll be able to talk about it without getting too upset. But my sister set up a lot of the stuff here. She's obviously now up in Worcester, and we're making plans in the wake of that. So I just wanted to shout her out. She's been doing amazing work here on the show, but also up in All right, this camera's getting a little blurry, I'm being told. Hold on 1 second, then we can, why don't you ask the question? Cut to over here.
We should apologize to Russia. They put my name in these stories to get clicks on
All right,
Google.
he's wearing a Cotopaxi long sleeve, rainbow, but a buzz cut, kind of.
She's an
Thrown it
idiot.
out. I've thrown a beard out for a couple
She's an
months.
idiot. She's an idiot.
Hey guys. So first of all, condolences, Sam, from me and my family.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Yuri.
Yuri?
Yeah,
Where
Yuri.
are you from?
I'm from Belarus.
Belarus.
I've been in Brooklyn since '95. I'm an MTA worker.
MTA worker?
Yes. So, first of all, the guy from the post office that was here before, who had questions, your union should be exposing the shitty workplace that you have to everybody to see what your working conditions are. Second of all, I love you guys' show, but I got a little bit of a bone to pick with you. Don't ever have...
me?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Don't ever have John Samuelson on your show again, because this is the guy who endorsed Andrew Cuomo twice. This is the guy who negotiated away...
Can you say the name again? Who?
John Samuelson. He's the TWU international president.
Okay.
They
Is he the guy
negotiated...
From Brooklyn via Boston.
Via Boston? Yeah, okay.
All right, so what happened last contract is our retirees' medical coverage was negotiated away where we only have the option of Medicare Advantage now. With that being said, I can't expect everybody here to understand what we go through, but I'm a signal maintainer. What that means is your train has traffic lights, your train has mechanism to stop itself from crashing into another train, and your train has a mechanism into switching to different tracks. That's what I do. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Our union just released endorsements, and in 14th Congressional District, they did not endorse AOC, who's somebody who's been a very good labor ally. The only thing I would say is, like, whenever you have guys from the union, try to have some opposition on, because we do have people that try to fight for our rights. The biggest problem right now for all of you that take the train, the air quality. PM 2.5 particles that go right into your bloodstream that will make you die sooner than you should. South Korea is dealing with it with having air quality monitors, and they're updating their tunnels where those particles are not flying up in the air when the train pulls in. Over here, it's a huge problem.
Oy.
So just be aware. I will have a petition going on very soon about that. But wear your mask when you're underground. If you're above ground, you have fiberglass particles flying around. That will lung in your lungs. That can be prevented with any regular mask. But just thank you for everything you're doing.
Appreciate it. And
Just
listen, I would say to you and to anybody, like, if we have a guest on that you have a different perspective of, send us an email. Send it a couple of times.
Oh yeah, I will.
I appreciate it. Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
Hey, thank you.
I just wanted to weigh in on the Sherrod Brown loss, possible loss, likely projected. Sherrod, sorry. The best senators against crypto was defeated. So it's an ongoing battle.
$40 billion crypto
Yep.
spent on that race.
Yeah.
To defeat Sherrod Brown. The amount of crypto spending in this election has been determinative in some of these races. So.
I think we got time for one or two more questions. Come on up. Folks, we're going to go to about 12:15 or so. The race is not going to be...
The positives are the Democrats are saying, go to sleep, you're not going to know anything until tomorrow.
Sleep, Sunset Lake CBD.
It reminds me of 2020, but I also... She's underperforming Biden in many ways.
Wait,
so.
what did it remind you of?
2020.
Okay, but not 2016.
No, not well. Anyway, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Violet. I'm from Queens.
Yeah.
Yes, local. I wish I was feeling better right now. It's kind of weird to have people get to vote on whether you get osteoporosis at age 28. Because I'm a trans woman, and okay, collecting my thoughts. A couple of years ago, kind of at the height of the Republicans' sort of campaign against trans rights for the 2022 midterms, I was assaulted on the subway. I was earlier in my transition. Man saw me in a skirt, didn't like that, called me some choice slurs, and hit me. It was a day before my birthday, and it was a really bad time. It was not fun. But the next day, well, it wasn't the next day. It was the following Monday. I had been kind of out of the swing of listening to y'all's show. But I tuned in, and the reason I tell this story is because allies are really a dime a dozen, right? Everyone wants to be an ally. No one wants to be like that guy, right? I mean, except for a few people, right? But advocates are really special, especially when they're not like directly part of your community and invested, right? And like, y'all get pissed off on behalf of trans rights, and I really appreciate that. In fact, I appreciated it so much that I made the Fun Half song for the Thursdays. I did that. And actually, first of all, Binder, you got all the jokes. None got past you. I really appreciated that. But second of all, actually collaborating with DJ Danarchy on another one that is Vergonia themed. And I was wondering, and you don't have to, I was wondering if maybe y'all could send me some of the unused flag submissions, because I would totally put that in like the visuals for it.
We can do that.
Could you have my email. You have it. Also, Jonathan's working on the one for the Emma thing too, and he's sent me previews of it. It's great. The Discord saw it. But yeah, I'm really glad I got to share the personal anecdote of like why I did that. Also, because I wanted to celebrate Michael, and I wanted to celebrate the shoes that Emma has filled. I really appreciate what y'all do a lot. And
thank you.
Stay
Really
tuned.
appreciate your coming up and also for the
song, which
It's
rocks.
great.
Yeah.
Thanks
Thank
so
you
much.
Good. Glad you like it.
And I think we can have time for, we got 4, 5 people standing there.
Let's make it quick.
Gotta be,
Get out.
yes, gotta be quick, as it were.
Well, I have a few thoughts.
Okay.
Let's try hear one.
What's your name? Where are you coming from?
Giuliano from Chelsea, Massachusetts.
From Chelsea.
I've met both of you before, but you probably don't remember me.
Were you rude to me?
No, I was polite. But Sam, you gotta understand, I'm freaking wasted, dude.
Oh, yes.
Oh, sure.
But
Yes.
I had a couple of jokes planned, but honestly, shit is serious, and I need to be serious.
Tell
So we don't have much
them, but, like,
time, so
whatever.
let's be real about this, okay? No matter who wins, and it's not looking good, let's be real about that. No matter who wins, tomorrow is more important than today. We have to organize, we have to actually get out there and do things beyond just voting.
Yeah.
Because the Democrats are never gonna do a goddamn thing that we think they should do because they take our votes for granted, because we have nowhere else to go. And so we need to actually build a place to go. I'm in Boston DSA. I've been a paper member for like 5 years at this point. Jamie Peck actually convinced me to join, thanks to your show. And the late, great Michael Brooks, rest in peace. But I was a paper member for about 5 years, and then I recently reconnected with them, and I've been trying to get back involved. And my honest opinion is that what we need to do is in each of our areas where we live, we need to talk to the people we know and to try to get the people we know to do something, to get the labor unions organized. Every fucking business in our neighborhood should be organized into a union. We should have all the fucking apartments organized into a tenants union.
Yes.
We should try to get the co-ops on board, try to get all the little fucking microsects of bullshit socialist parties to actually agree with something and do something, and try to get together and try to build a base of power that can make the Democrats actually give a shit about us, because the only way they're gonna give a shit about us if we actually have the power for them to have an incentive to care.
Yeah.
And so I say all this to say, that's my answer to Lenin's age-old question of what is to be done. What is your answer to that question? Fuck Jimmy Dore.
I mean, I think you're right. I mean, I think there's, I don't know what other answer there is other than organizing. I do think that, you know, strategic voting is a smart thing to do, and I think that's necessary, but it's, you know, it's insufficient in the final analysis. You need to have the power that it's not, I don't think learning a lesson works. I think there has to be enough power that there's no other option. It's, you know, there's just not the institutional memory. It's just a series of individuals who get into a position of power within the context of any given Democratic Party. A year ago, nobody thought that, everybody thought that Joe Biden was going to be president. And there was a whole, or I should say the nominee. And there's no lessons to be learned by people who, are in power, aspire to power. They just pursue power. And I think the left, liberal left, and the left needs to build power so that it's not about learning for the next time. There's no other option. You only go in this direction. It's not, and that's it. But thanks for the question. We got to go up to the next one. Appreciate it. We got to be quick because we got to get out of here in about.
You were not passed out drunk earlier. I thought you were a man passed out drunk earlier, but you're not. You're very cogent and sober.
Okay.
Yeah, I was confused
What's
for a
your
second.
name?
I'm Sammy from Brooklyn.
Sammy from Brooklyn.
Yeah. I just wanted to, before the question, I just wanted to say real quick that Sam, in all honesty, you really did, besides Kyle Kalinske, I think you were probably the next most influential person for me to get into politics.
Wow. All right, well,
And,
I appreciate it.
And I used to I used to go from someone who was an enlightened centrist to actually like Dave Rubin to wait, let me finish. I went from that, and then right around the 2020 election, he blocked me on Twitter, and he still does to this day. So, and Emma Vigeland also, I used to watch you when you were in Rebel HQ. So,
thank you so much.
It's great to see you
Emma?
on.
Oh, yeah, best part of it.
Yeah, but my question is something that I've noticed is that a lot of the people around me, especially other young men, I'm 24, so I'm pretty young, are just really just buying into this red pill bullshit. And a lot of the media that they follow is not mainstream media, but it's non-corporate media, but not the one that you guys run. It's people who are Fresh and Fit or Tim Pool or any of those other guys, right? And the question is those guys are clearly either just grifters or insane.
Shrek is Hezbollah.
And I guess what is the solution? Because a lot of these people who also call themselves leftists, like Jimmy Dore, right? They're really not, obviously. But people still follow them and listen to them and think that they're credible. And I just don't I don't know that many people who actually just watch the same content that I do in terms of this. And it's I'm not a doomer usually, but it really is demoralizing to see young men just fall for these charlatans and grifters. So what is the solution for that?
I think media literacy is a solution, but that's not one that you can, impose upon people. They have to adopt themselves. I think, it's something that we try and think about. I'm not sure that we've figured it out because there's an allure. We live in a country where there's rewards for a certain facileness. I don't know, maybe that's not the right word, but the fact of the matter is, Tim Pool doesn't do any fucking work. He doesn't give a shit. No, honestly. I went down there and I was shocked. I was shocked, honestly. But I don't.
We should apologize to Russia.
I don't know what the answer is, at least from our perspective, from our narrow perspective. But we got to get to a couple more questions. But believe me, it's something that
we're thinking about.
It's something we're thinking about a lot.
Thank you, guys.
People have added the line, not appropriate.
If you're in line, stay in line.
No. We can't have four more people.
Online. I'm sorry.
Someone
I'm
added the
fucking
line.
New
You
York.
cannot do it. Okay.
We're
Gotta
all
be quick.
online.
Honestly, we only have about 15, 20 minutes left.
Hello, this is Ramona from New Hampshire, a.k.a. Ramona Frankenstein from the IMs.
Oh, hey!
Ramona Frankenstein.
First, I just want to say to Violet, I love you. Thank you for your song. You're beautiful. Second, I want to give some good news because we've had none of that tonight. So, I just want to let you guys know that we have the first ever out trans person elected to Congress tonight in Sarah McBride in Delaware. And as someone who was deeply closeted during the Bush administration, I can't imagine what it would have meant to see someone like her in a position of power. It's beautiful, incredible. My heart is so full for that. I also just want to, again, as Violet said, you guys are so good on trans issues. I am so appreciative. Emma, Francesca, I really want you guys to know that I really appreciate having two cis women who are vocally pro-trans because they try to make it seem like a feminist issue that we are a problem. We are not. You give proof to that. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Trans women are a part of the feminist movement. And
Hell yes, we are.
Telling you
Fuck yes.
differently.
I'll tell you. Tell me your name again. Tell me her name again. Ramona. My cat, who I love, is named Ramona. But every time I'm on Piers Morgan, right? Every time I talk about abortion rights, he will come back at me with, but the trans athletes are being, and I step to him every single time. At this point, I'm just talking to him about Epstein because he was definitely on those flight logs. But I think these two folks have said, it's the least we can do. It's the least we can do is stand in solidarity with transgender Americans. And the most we can do is fight vocally and loudly and say that when we stand on this hill, when we fight for this, we expand human rights and rights for everyone. And I'm so proud to do that, no matter where you work or what you do. So, yeah, shit is easy. Feminism, fuck yeah. Love you. Thank you.
Okay, we have time for two more questions, I think, and then we're going to start to wrap. Go ahead.
Michael from Maryland, and this is not a question. I just want to give a perspective, being older than probably most anyone else in the room, that this, win or lose, it's never going to end. And the only thing we can do is keep fighting.
Yeah.
You know, it won't matter if we give up when we win or we give up when we lose. It's a lifelong battle.
Agreed. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good point. What's your name? Where are you from?
Great T-shirt.
I'm Johnny from Connecticut. I'm looking for advice on something. I work with a lot of people that seem to support Trump to the most weird, cringy level. I pull in the parking lot in the morning and there's a guy with a Trump flag on his car. And
Where are you?
I'm from Connecticut.
Okay.
Yes, I took this week off for this event, election stress, informing you that you have friends on the East Coast, things like that. But if Kamala wins this election, I'm going to have to deal with everything that I dealt with when Biden won in 2020. All the people I work with.
And more. She's a woman. She's a black woman too.
Yes, actually, that is part of it because all of the people that I work with that typically vote Republican and whatnot who are down the rabbit hole, and I know this because there's a guy that I sometimes work with that has one of those autographed Rush Limbaugh coffee tumblers, and he has Newsmax on one of his computer screens. Oh! Exactly. It is cringy and weird, the amount of people I work with that support that guy. And yet, if Kamala wins, I'm going to return to work next week listening to all of them whine to a greater degree than before. That's true. Do you have any advice for blocking that out that doesn't involve drinking on the job?
Yeah, just
Not-
mock them.
I would say
mock
worry
them.
about it when it happens, because
Yes, yeah.
you might not have to worry about that problem.
We'll see.
It's a
Look,
good problem to have. Let's put it that way.
good problem to have, and we're not going to know the state of the race. Like, it's easy to get freaked out, but we'll see.
Remind me
We'll
your name
see.
again.
Johnny from Connecticut.
Johnny, when I go on Piers Morgan, and I know I'm facing nothing but like 3 right-wing ghouls who are just after their money and nothing else, have fun. Have one moment of fun. Like, you don't have to be mad, you don't have to clown on them, but just one little line that you've got, that you had in your back pocket, that you had fun with, that it was funny to you, that opened a conversation, or maybe you got them on, you know? And that's fun for you. You're on your own little bullshit Piers Morgan panel and have fun with it. That's my only thing, is like, if we didn't have fun with this, I wouldn't do it anymore, right? But it's fun to clown on the right. And it's fun to beat them in the realm of ideas, beat them in the realm of legislation. It's fun to beat them on all levels, but you gotta work with them. But just have a little bit of fun, you know, and just a little smile on that. So whatever that looks like to you.
All right.
Keep the faith,
And
Johnny.
Thank you very much, and I enjoy all of your shows.
Thanks for the question. All right, folks. Well, we're going to give it a couple more minutes. I mean, look, not the way I wanted to wrap up the evening. This is going to go late into the night and probably into tomorrow morning. I think, if we're lucky. I think things don't look great, and all I can tell you, I won't be on the show for the next couple of days. As I mentioned, no, my mother passed away, so I'm going to be going to a funeral. But I think it's important for people to understand. Like the oldest person in the room, probably after me, or second to me, said this is an ongoing fight, and it's something that you have to engage in, and there's going to be, I think, disturbing periods. This country has gone through very disturbing periods, obviously, and out of those periods, good things have happened. We've talked about Trump's rally in Madison Square Garden. It's the last America First rally happened in the late 30s, and 85 years ago. And years later, we have the most progressive reforms that this country has ever seen that have been sustained through those 80 years or so. And so,
Yeah.
I don't want to get too.
Well,
I did go see 8 Grateful Dead shows, and I can tell you, as a kid, and sometimes it's darkest before the dawn. We may be going into one of those periods.
We may be, but if Harris does end up winning this by a slimmer margin than we would have hoped, this is also harm reduction, because if Donald Trump wins, the Supreme Court will be right-wing for the rest of my lifetime, and probably a lot of people in this.
The Supreme
room's
Court
lifetime.
can't reach the end of our lifetimes. Like,
If
whether
this
she
is
wins
how
or
it
not,
goes.
but I think
Mine, but not yours.
Okay.
Yeah, like there's no world where the Supreme Court is a functioning institution that allows progress. Like, that's something we need to organize against, as far as, and I mean, maybe Trump winning and stacking it even more makes that obvious to people, but it's a non-starter. We're gonna be underwater.
Totally, but we'll see. We should know some more tomorrow, but not exactly the tone we want to leave you guys with, but
You can still buy Sam Cedar a drink. Club soda and tequila is what he prefers.
I will not be accepting any more.
And buy some
drinks.
merch, guys.
Palestine.
Free Palestine. That movement continues, of course.
Hang in there. Still a chance, but again, regardless of who wins this election, organizing is always going to be necessary, and it's something you should be doing tomorrow, the next day, so on, regardless of who wins. But it's going to be a tense couple of days. And then hopefully, well, we'll see.
4 years.
Is this time to give it up for all the people who have worked on the show?
Oh!
For Bradley and for Matt.
I want to thank John from San Antonio, John Benjamin, you, Bob. What's that? Oh, and Letterhack, of course, Matt.
Wait, Letterhack is here.
Amazing poster. Oh, there he is. Stand up.
Yes.
Letterhack in the house. And to Isaac, who's been back doing merch. They've been doing all sorts of utility stuff. And Dorsey, of course. Folks, hang in there. We'll be on tomorrow and Thursday and Friday, and then back Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, and you get the picture. When's the next live show? Not sure. All right, drive carefully. Thanks so much for coming out.
Thanks, guys.
You're about to be done king.
Because you guys are grifters. Because you guys are grifters.